If you're gonna take,
but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, Y'all better watch out, because it's going to be straight chopping some heads off, boy.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
brought out the holy tablets.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per Em Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He's been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
press 1 for Tehuti, press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words?
Brother,
Stand on it,
that's
man.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word, I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this
Okay,
is why
man.
you upset.
And my point is simply this. So we're going to give like this. Respect to Tehuti. Tehuti didn't want the topic. I won't say he was running because we had the conversation. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
Does this mean you refuse to answer my question? Are you refusing? Are you refusing?
That's not even. Hey,
are you refusing to answer the question?
Scared to debate. This is what they do. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
I'm only talking to you.
But I'm not talking to you. You scared. You were scared to talk to me. Don't come on this.
Greetings, peace. Greetings, everyone. If you can hear me, press 1. Welcome to the Podclass. I want to make sure that everyone can hear me loud and clear. Press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1. Mic check. Mic check. Okay, wonderful. Wonderful. Everyone can hear me. Wonderful. Beautiful. Excellent. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. This is Zebra. And on my hat is Neith, all the way from South Africa. In the background is Jesus and Mary and Osset and Heru. I'm going to welcome everyone to the Podclass. I'm going to welcome people that I see in the room, and then I will explain to the new people what the Podclass is actually about, how it got started, and how you can participate live in the Podclass. So first of all, welcome everybody to the Podclass. We're going to welcome in Jody Southworth. Peace and love to you, Jody. We're going to welcome in Rigo, who's saying something in Spanish, Buenos tardes. And we're going to welcome in Nani Aset Mur, who is one of the moderators. We're actually going to shout them out in a moment. We have, of course, DHNJ, who is everywhere. This young man is everywhere. Anywhere there's a conscious conversation, he is in the room. So welcome, brother. Glad you made it. He's been a brother that I met in the Killer Priest podcast, and I've seen him ever since. Welcome. We have, of course, Amun Ku Neturu. He says, Hotep. Hotep to you. Rigo says, let's go. The show wouldn't be the show as far as students are concerned if Netter the Great was not here, and here is Netter the Great, who says, Hotep fam, some new music. Absolutely. We have Danny Salinas. Danny Salinas, who I know from the KP Podcraft. Danny Salinas, peace and love to you, Danny Salinas. Okay. We have, who else is here in the room? We have Sanini Nayaniso Tokoza. Okay, peace to you. We have, of course, I think I see Master K somewhere in here. We have Master K who says Namaskar. Everybody's saying something in different languages today. Okay, wonderful. We have the Conscious Conqueror, of course, Conscious Conqueror. Peace and love to you. Welcome to the room. A lot of people in the room today. We have Jimmy B. If you are new to the room, stick around and listen, and you'll see why we have this room. We have one of the moderators, who's Sinetia Moon, says greetings everyone. Master Teacher Tehuti will join shortly, and she prophesies right because I am here. We have the namer of the moderators, which you're going to see in just a moment. This is a stranger who's at every single class. Peace and love to you, stranger. Wonderful, nice to see you as always. We have Nahia Ninti, wonderful name, and I like the symbols. Nahia Ninti, welcome and greetings. We have a lot of people in the room today. Several people are here. We have Maurice Waller says peace to the chat. One of my favorite names here, Horizon of Zion. Wonderful. Welcome to the chat, everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. And I'm going to explain in just a moment why we have the Tehuti Podclass. Okay. Let me go through and see who else is here. Okay, we have, of course, Donkey. Donkey is another regular who comes to the class every single week and always sends a question or support. Peace to Donkey. We have another regular, Vinny Black Lodge, who is at a lot of the classes, if not every single one. And we have actually the first one who was in the room today. I think this is him, James Page. Mess with the snake and you get the fangs. Absolutely. Peace to you. Big Vapes is also here. Peace to Big Vapes. And Eastwood is a new name. Peace to you, Eastwood 003. Welcome to the room. And of course, one of the biggest supporters and donators and one of the most consistent is Kamit 101, who's saying Uno. Everybody's typing different languages today. Wonderful. Peace to everyone in the room. There's a lot of people here. There's Mary Bonuts. Am I saying that right? Mary Bontus. Trinidad, that's right. Mary Bontus from Trinidad. Peace. We have also one of the moderators. Hail to the great leader, Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, that is Ahati Ma'at. Peace to you. Here's another familiar name, Jimio X. Peace to you. And here's a name I haven't seen in a while, who used to be and still is a regular, but he was just away for a little while, and that is Comedic Netter G. I thought it was Metter G, but I'm thinking it's the same person. Comedic Netter G. I thought it was Metter G. Maybe it's just the letter change. But peace to you, Comedic Netter G. I'm thinking you are Comedic Metter G. Peace to you. Peace to Dark Side Sag. Peace to you. Peace to everyone in the room. Peace to another. Here's a new face I haven't seen. And welcome. Where'd it go? It was an Islamic name or some type of. Here it is. Peace to Muhammad, Javon Muhammad. Peace to you. Peace to one of the moderators, Anki M. Ma'at. We have the soldier from Asia, Asiatic soldier. We have Gabriel Garcia. Peace to you. A lot of people in the room. Shout out to everybody in the room. It's going to be an interesting class. And let me explain what the Podclass is about. But before we explain what the Podclass is about, I want to introduce everybody in the Podclass to my assistants, the people that help the podcast runs smoothly, who you can get answers pertaining to, not pertaining to knowledge, but answers pertaining to links to debates, any upcoming event, the PayPal link, the Cash App link, the email, things of such, and how to sort out things in the room. They are the moderators. Here they are right here. We're gonna get this comment off. These are the moderators, and look, I got a Hati's name in there too. He is a moderator as well, even though his name is not with the wrench, but he is a moderator as well. So we have Anki M. Ma'at, we have Nani Aset Mer, and we have Seneti Amun. These are the people that you can ask questions to pertaining to the smoothness of the running of the room, or things that pertain to other websites, YouTubes I may be on, or how to assist in donations and questions, and where to direct your questions to. They are my assistants and my helpers to keep everything running smoothly. Wonderful. Now I will explain what the room is about. First off, the room is about ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. We'll say that again. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. Okay. Ancestral artifacts. We deal with factual information. We don't deal with any type of drama. We don't deal with any personal attacks on any individuals. I don't care who you sleep with. I don't care who you argued with. I don't care what color your eyes are. I don't care what kind of hat you have. I'm not interested in anything that has to do with personal drama. We deal with factuality here, not drama and opinion. So here's how the Tehuti Podclass got started. I'm a teacher who's been teaching ever since 1994 officially. I've been around for a while. I forgot my age, but I've been around for a little while, teaching for decades. I was out in the public, teaching from state to state, teaching in Canada, teaching throughout the United States. And then around 2000, I stepped away from public teaching and went into entrepreneurism and business. And then I came back with both and started teaching people and assisting people with economics, finance, knowledge, matrix breaking, spell breaking. I provided housing for people. I provided room and board. I provided business opportunities for people. I provided knowledge on real estate and helped certain people become millionaires on the financial level. On the knowledge level, I've been teaching in front of either 40 to 500 people at a time. And then after a few years, I went silent again. And I went underground again. I popped up in around 2006 on Pal Talk, and then came here to California and only started teaching my personal circle that was around me. I stopped teaching to the public. I only taught my personal circle. They were the only ones that I felt were serious. After some time, after several years, met a young brother named Hati Ma'at on the streets, and he was an ex-Hebrew Israelite, or questioning it. Became very interested, became one of my greatest students, followed me around everywhere that I went, down at the beaches, and came for personal one-on-one classes. I invited him into my inner circle to get taught, and after some time he said, Tehuti, Pharaoh, he said, please, you need to get known on the internet. And he said, there's a lot of people teaching on the internet, and your type of knowledge is not out there. Can you come out there? He invited me to a debate group. I went for an interview, ended up debating the champion there after challenging me. Ended up on a winning streak, 8-0. Then I ended up on Sonetter, beat the two people that Sonetter presented to me. And then I started teaching. Then I got invited to Killer Priest by Ahati. Contacted the Killer Priest podcast, went on there and started teaching. And all this is due to thanks to Brother Ahati, who coerced me to come out into the public. Prior to that, I was very, very private. I didn't believe that everybody should get the knowledge and information. I believe that people have to prove themselves personally for me to even spend time. Anyways, what happened is when I became known back on the internet, because I was teaching before YouTube was even invented, but when I came back on the internet, several people asked if they could do one-on-one classes with me. I set up the one-on-one classes, but it was so overwhelming. There was so many people that wanted one-on-one classes that it started taking up my entire day. So this gave birth to the Podclass, where I told all of my students, well, instead of the reciprocity of paying me per hour to get information and asking questions and get the lessons, and maybe not having a class with me maybe once every 3 weeks, I'm going to set up a class where everybody can come in at the same time every Friday, and everybody can ask questions. Because one of the principles of Ma'at is definitely reciprocity, or the circle of life. I said instead of individually having the classes where you send the money to me, you can do super chats and come into this room and send a question through a super chat. That's how they did it on the Killer Priest podcast. What happened was YouTube shut down the super chat, and I said, well, I'm still going to do a manual super chat, and I did the TT Moon Cash App and PayPal. So therefore, what you see on the screen is you see a way to submit donations and submit questions to me, and I will get notified, and here live I will answer the questions. And according to what I've been told, I answer questions the most thoroughly. So you will get references, sources, primary sources, dates, news articles, scientific journals, languages, depending on the question that is asked to me. There is the PayPal at the bottom, that is at Rocky SV, and there is the Cash App. So because my super chat is unable, I can't use it because they've demonetized the channel, you can send your questions directly there. It will pop up on my notifications, and then I will answer it here in the class. I am here willing and open to spend about 3 hours of my time straight to answer questions. This has never been done, to my knowledge, in YouTube history since YouTube has been invented, where you can just send in random live questions through the Cash App and get them answered with diagrams, references, and the such, with thoroughness. So I decided that is the way we're going to go, and everybody can be satisfied and everybody can be in the class and participate. Send your donations, send your questions, and we will have the class based on the questions you all ask. Therefore, this makes it harder for me because I have no idea what anybody's going to ask. So to my knowledge, nobody in YouTube history has ever put themselves in a position like this, where they say, send questions in live, and I'm going to answer them with diagrams and charts and sources. It's very difficult to do that. At the same time, if there's a question that I'm unfamiliar with, I will not gish gallop. I will not make up answers. I will say, interesting, I've never heard that before, and we'll put it into the next class. And all questions eventually get answered. It's the only place where all questions will eventually get answered with no excuses, no gish galloping, no making up information, and no insulting anybody. You will never find here where we ever call anybody's question stupid. There is no such thing as a stupid question, only a silly answer. Stupid indicates ignorance, and ignorance means to ignore something, right? Every question comes with not knowing. It's the answer that can be foolish, never the question, because you don't know what is on anybody's mind. I will never tell anybody that question is unimportant. I will never tell anybody that question is foolish. I will never tell anybody that question is irrelevant. I will either answer it or say that I can't answer it. It keeps my mind sharp for the gift that I've been given to be able to answer questions. and it teaches my student to be accountable, responsible, and sharp. Those of you who are my students who want to also become teachers, you will see here how to answer questions. On that note, there's another way to support while getting knowledge at the same time, and that is inquiring on how to get my leaflet books, my PDF books, starting with Stepping Out of the Matrix. All you have to do is send send the information in the chat on how to get it, or you can send a Cash App asking how to get it, and you will be directed with an email, usually right as I'm teaching here. You'll get the order information and you'll get the book before the class is even over. Usually before the answer to the question is over, you will receive your book. This is 103 to 109 pages of information called Stepping Out of the Matrix, one of my first writings I ever did. And this one here is another PDF, about 33 pages, and this is called Melanin Dark Consciousness, covering a lot of topics that I teach, and some of the topics that I haven't taught in the Podclass. You can inquire about how to order those as a way to support. Okay, on that note, I want everybody to know that they can also find me on Sun Under TV. The moderators can put the links to the room where I debated several people, and I also had a class on breaking out of the matrix where I broke down the number system and the magical system in which the powers that be use to control religion and actually take lives of people mentally and physically. I broke that down. Okay, so with that in mind, welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. The introduction is officially over, and we're going to get into the knowledge and the information. Peace to the new people that stepped into the room. Don D'Agostino, peace to you. And I'm about to now check my notifications to see who has sent support, who's going to kick the class off with questions, donations, and I will start the questions and answers based on what I see in the email notifications. So right off the bat, we have Jody, who has sent actually a very unique shout out to Jody. Also, let me tell everybody, let me get back to the screen. So when you send your Cash Apps or your PayPals, I actually post them on the screen, just like the Super Chats, so you get your due respect, your shout out. If you don't want your Cash App name known, for whatever reason you may have, just make a little note in there of what your chat room name is, and I'll just show that part. Some people don't care if their Cash App name is known. Some people do. It's up to you. It's not up to me. But if you just send a Cash App, it will be posted with the question on the Cash App and the PayPal, and I will address it right there. Jody has done something very interesting and very unique. She actually sent a Cash App. Shout out to you, Jody, for the Cash App and the support. But she sent a video question. And on the video is a question and a shout out to the chat room. So she just sent me that. What was the book with the Kemetu cover? I believe you have it already, but it's this one. Melanin Dark Consciousness. I'm sure you should, of anybody, already have both of my pamphlets. But that's it if you don't. So that is it right there. And of course, if you want to know how to get that, boom, just go ahead and ask. And of course, you, Never the Great, will be answered because you're an awesome supporter and a consistent one. Peace to everybody. Some new people came in the room. Tony Samarono is in the room. Shout out to you. We have a question from Commit 101 for PayPal. What is the name that pops up? Oh, that's for the moderators. So I'll let the moderators do their job and answer that question. So let's go on with the questions. First question is from Jody. I'm gonna actually see if I'm actually going to see something. I'm going to see if I can put the audio in the room. One moment. The audio and the video in the room. If not, I will just have to play it with the microphone. The video on the screen share. I'm going to try it like this here. Let's see. See if it pops up. See if it's able to be converted. Give it some time, ladies and gentlemen. While that's happening, shout out to everybody. Send your Cash App, send your PayPal, send your support, and I will answer questions. Shout out to those who've already done so. Shout out to everybody who's already done that already. We'll get to you. I already see 4 of them already. So we're going to get to everybody as we do. So shout out to you, those who are supporting and helping. We greatly appreciate it. We're going to get into some knowledge now. This room may seem strange to those who are used to the drama conscious rooms. You're not going to get any of that here. You're going to get information and knowledge here. Okay, so let me go ahead and take that down. Okay, so we have a question from Jody. Let me go ahead and put that in the room. And here is Jody's question. Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, the only place where you can come and ask direct questions and get answers with no drama, just facts. Due to the type of being that I am not attracted to the drama. Here we go.
Good evening. I hope you guys are all having a wonderful night. Thank you, Tehuti, for first of all being awesome and being you. But thank you for holding this pod class. I really appreciate it, because those of us that really want to learn, regardless of our belief systems, will continue to come back. Because how else is one to learn new ways unless they learn new ways? So that's what I'm trying to do right now, is help some of my community, fellow friends, so forth, in the Christian community who speak in tongues. So what I wanted to do was be able to explain to them in a way that will not push them away, but will show them the truth. Because I tried explaining to them about the fact that speaking in tongues is basically just old language, and it's not what they think. So I've attached this video of TG fakes, and I was wondering, can you please help by explaining what exactly he's really saying? And if you could explain to me in a way that I can share it with others what it really means. I appreciate you. You guys are all awesome. My moderators, awesome. Ethernetters, Podclass, you guys are all great. Tehuti, you're the best, but you already know this. Peace, you guys.
So when you got up here and you said $1 million, I said, God, I don't know what you're doing, but I know I heard your voice.
Now, I know he said that he thought he heard the voice of God. What I heard was the voice of Medea, the cross-dresser. So what was his real message here?
All right. The most original question, the most original designed question. I love it. Shout out to Jody, who actually designed a question with a video in the video. So we do that here. You guys can do that. You guys can actually come. If you send a PayPal Cash App, you can send a video question, you can send a Cash App PayPal question, and I'll take it one step further. You can come into the screen with me, and I will allow you to pop up in the corner of the screen and ask your question live. Sometime in the Cash App you can't type a lot of words. I will allow you, I'll send the link into the room and you can come on live. Wasn't that a beautiful demonstration. Shout out to Jody. She was asking a question, and I love the way I love the intent of why she asked. Jody is someone who actually may have even seen the answer I'm about to give, but she wants to know a way to break it down. How do you break it down to a Christian, to your friends? And that's very, very important, because you can have all the knowledge on information, but to my students, if you don't know how to bridge it over, and I teach my goddesses, I teach my son, I teach my children, I teach those who I teach, that if you don't know how to bridge it over to someone who knows less than you, the information will sound like another language. You need to be able to break it down visually, physically, through words, through sound. There are many different compartments in the human brain that is needed, as they call human, in the brain, that are needed to be addressed when creating a bridge. So it doesn't matter how much knowledge you have, it is irrelevant if you're not converting anybody with it. If you're just on a personal mission to advance yourself, that's wonderful. If you want to help others break out of this matrix, you must know how to teach without offending the person. Okay? So we're going to get into it. And then first, someone else just stepped in the room. Shout out to Shannon Southard, and shout out to, I thought I saw Motown. Motown OM, shout out to you. And shout out to Reggie. Shout out to Hush Nation. Several people that just stepped in the room. Wonderful, because the numbers are going up and up and up. Send out the link. Send out the link. So how many people have seen my breakdown of speaking in tongues? If not, this is going to be very good. And we're going to cover speaking in tongues thoroughly, breaking it down. How do you explain it to a Christian? What are the origins of it? And what is T.D. Jakes and these people saying? Like Jody said, the Medea guy said he heard the voice of God, but Jody said she heard the voice of Medea. What is really going on here? What's being said? So a few of you have seen, smash the like button. A few of you have seen my breakdown, and I'm going to give it again. I'm going to break down and show you some visuals. Here's how you answer questions on the Tehuti Podclass. So first of all, to somebody who has a name that I really like, I, Self-Lord and Masterer. Respected Tehuti greetings to the balanced moderators. Big up to the chat and Jody. You're awesome and very creative. Yes, that's very, very creative. Very, very creative. Shout out to those who just came in the room. I think Jordan just came in. Jordan Mean just came in. So, shout out to all of you. Now let's get into the speaking in tongues. A lot of people may say that some of the Christian information is not important. It's actually very important. That's why in the background I have Osset over here, and this is what Pastor Bennett is extremely mad at me about, these two images. It's important for you to be able to correlate and move the belief of this image over to the origin of this image, to your friends, your children, your mother, your father, and those who are around you, their minds. How do you correlate? How do you get from here to there? And this is what I'm here to teach. Not just to teach information, but I teach how to teach. Okay, so let's get into it. Thank you, Jody, for that question. Here's how you answer questions, and I'm gonna give more time to this question. I'm gonna give some real time to this question because it's one of the things that if you break somebody out of this, you can actually break them out of Christianity as a whole. So let's get into it here. Okay, I'm gonna go for oops, sorry everybody, hold on. I'm the one-man show, so I'm the teacher and I'm the engineer. I'm the music, I'm the host. So I'm doing all this live. Bear with me because I'm doing all this live. Please help and support. Okay. Beautiful question, Jody. Shout out for your support too. She also sent Cash App support. So let's get into it. So speaking in tongues. Let me get to F.U. Bill Gates is here. He's always here. Peace, F.U. Bill Gates. Okay. Yes. Send questions with donations via Cash App TTM Moon and PayPal at Rocky SV. Thank you, Sinetia Moon. Appreciate that. And Shannon says, somebody said great question. Great question. Let's get into it, y'all. Very good question. Let's go. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and do a screen share and let's get into it. Let us get into it. Okay, so here's the origin of where it comes from. Here's where it comes from. This comes from the book of Acts. The book of Acts, chapter 2. Speaking in tongues. So a lot of people may not even know that here's actually where it comes from. And on the day of Pentecost was fully come, they were all with one accord, and suddenly there came a sound from the heavens, rushing mighty wind, and it filled the house where they were sitting, and it appeared unto them cloven tongues as of fire. I want everybody to really focus on what I have squared off here in the red, because these stories are not actual real stories. Most of what's in the Bible are copied concepts, poetries, ideas taken from original concepts out of the surrounding areas, usually Acadia and Kemet, as they call it, to formulate these stories. So we have, appearing on their heads, cloven tongues as of fire sat upon each of them, and they were all filled with the Holy Ghost and began to speak in other tongues. When you're breaking this down to somebody, let them know that the word other is there. When people talk about speaking in tongues, they never use the word other. In order to have other, you have to, if there's another car, that means that the car you have is not the only one. So therefore, point out to your Christian friends that there are other tongues. So that means that the tongue that was being spoken at the time must have been a language, because people said they began to speak with other tongues as the Spirit gave them utterance. And dwelling in Jerusalem, Jews, devout men out of every nation. Okay, just focusing on different nations because, of course, different nations speak different languages. Now, when this was noised abroad, the multitudes came together. They were confounded because that every man heard him speak in his own language. Point this out to Christians that I had this debate with Vocab Malone about the authenticity of these stories. It says, when it was noised abroad, multitudes came together. That means there should be major records of this event. The day of Pentecost, the 50th day Jubilee, is an extremely important celebration and holiday to the Jews. So imagine hundreds of people gathering, and then this event happened where fire is on people's heads and cloven tongues, and multitudes came together, and it was noised abroad, which means it became popular information. Where are the records of this? Where are the records in Jesus' time or in this time of any of this happening? How was this only in one book, in one chapter on the complete planet Earth? There's nobody that was there that saw this other than the author of the book of Acts. He's the only one that saw this. So right there shows that there is an error in logical thinking. That there's no way that if multitudes came together and people started speaking different tongues and multitudes were confused, that nobody picked up a pencil, nobody picked up a pad, nobody told their mother, their father. So it says here that every man heard him speak in his own language. So tongues is substitute for languages. It has nothing to do with what Christians are doing in church today. It has to do with languages. They were all amazed and marveled, saying to each other, are not all these men which speak Galileans? How is it that we hear every man in our own tongue where we were born? So it's talking about languages. They were amazed, according to the story, that these people were speaking other languages in the place that they were born. Okay? Now, it goes on to explain the people that were there. the Egyptians, the Elamites, the Medes, Rome, Libyans, Cretes, which is Greek, and Arabians. We do hear them speak in our tongues. Wonderful works of God. Okay, and they were all amazed. And then it goes and says, others mocking and said, these men are full of wine. Let's get into the origins of where this actually comes from. Now, here we are. In Acts 2:3, it says, and appeared to them cloven tongues as of fire sat upon each of them. Okay? Now, what is a cloven-tongued creature? What creature actually has a cloven tongue? This creature right here. This is the creature right here that Christians want to say was as a matter of fact, this is the first creature that spoke in biblical history. So when you open up the book of Genesis, you have God saying, let there be light. Evening and morning was the first day. Let there be this, let there be that. That's God speaking. But as far as a creature speaking, the very first creature to start speaking in the Christian story is a snake. So snakes were associated with speaking and wisdom, copied into the biblical narrative, and there is your clove tongue. You see that? That is the creature with the clove tongue. And they said the cloven tongues as a fire sat upon each of them. Now, in the book of Matthew 10:16, it says, behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves, and therefore be ye wise as serpents, harmless as doves. Now, when are serpents ever wise? A serpent is no wiser than a crocodile. A serpent is no wiser than a lizard. A serpent is no wiser than a monkey, a dog, a chimpanzee. But yet the Bible is saying, be ye wise as serpents. Now, there's only one time in history, as it says here, but whenever in history has a serpent ever demonstrated wisdom? The serpent represents wisdom, and transference of wisdom is done through speaking and reading. But whenever has a serpent been associated with wisdom? Only one time, and that is the book of Genesis, when he says, the day you eat thereof, you shall know good from evil. But that wisdom, according to Christian narrative, was used to deceive the world. So why would Jesus tell people, be as wise as the creature that deceived the whole world? Because that's the only time in the Bible where a serpent was ever associated with wisdom. Now, outside of the Bible, in real history, Kemetic history, Nile Valley history, you have the serpent with fire on top of the head, which represents Sekhmet. What you're looking at here is you're looking at the goddess Sekhmet. The goddess Sekhmet is the goddess of memory, knowledge, and memory. The word Sekhet is memory in the Book of the Dead and the Per Emharu, the ability for you to remember who you were. The same ability to remember who you are in a dream state and who you are in an out-of-body experience. Because if you don't have the consciousness to remember, all knowledge that you've attained is irrelevant. The most important aspect of knowledge is memory. Because if you learn something and you don't remember it, it's as if you've never learned anything. The only reason why you can function in life is because you have memory. If you didn't remember that the stoplight means stop and green means go, you'd crash your car every day and you wouldn't even know how to drive a car because every day you'd forget. The fact that you remember the consciousness is what makes the consciousness relevant. And the goddess of memory consciousness was Sekhmet, with the light and the fire over her head, with the serpent on her head. This is where they get the concept over here. And there stood upon them cloven tongues as of fire. Because on top of Sekhmet's head is the serpent with the cloven tongue and the sun around her head, which represents fire. That is Sekhmet right there. This is where they get the concept from. Okay? This serpent in ancient time was called Neches. Neches is the word for waking up, arousing in sleep. This became the exact same word in Genesis 3 for the serpent in the Bible, stolen from the Kemetic word for wisdom, or to wake up out of sleep, to be conscious, to be a watcher. That is called the nechas, to awaken ones out of sleep. You see that right there? The nechas was the name of the original Nile Valley people, dark-skinned, woolly-haired people, and the racism came in when they created the Bible, and they took the name of the original people and called them devils by naming the serpent in the Bible Nachas, which comes from the word Nachasi, right over here on page 386 of the dictionary, which is Sudanese Negro. You see that? The Sudanese, he of Sudan. Those are the original dwellers of the Nile, which were called the Nechesi because they were associated with wisdom, to wake up out of sleep, to be conscious. That's why that I is right there. Those were the people of wisdom called the Nechesi. They were the original people. This is the word that was used to translate to as Nubian. When the European created the word Nubian, he created it to replace the word Nechasi. Every time you see the word Nubian anywhere in the Egyptian literature, it does not say that in the Meditative. It actually says Nechasi. But when they created the word Nubian, they created it as a word to try to separate black people from black people. So they made the Egyptians seem like one race and the Nubians seem like one race. But yet the word for Nubian is Nechasi, and it's symbolized by 3 deities of Ma'at. You see that right there? So the religion and way of life of the so-called Nubian was the exact same way as the Egyptian, because in ancient time we didn't have the separation of those words. That is the Nachas. You see that right there? Sudanese tribe of the Tuat, the result of the masturbation of Ra. If the Nubians or the Khasi are some type of race that the Egyptians hated and didn't like, and they were separate from the Egyptians, and the ancient Kemetian Egyptians taught that the way life started was Ra masturbated and brought life into existence, how could the Nakhasi, the Sudanese tribe, be the result of the masturbation of Ra if they were not the original people? Because they were the original people, and this was the word used to make the serpent in the Bible here. You see, they were called the friendlies, the Nakhasu Hetepu, the friendlies, right? And Nakhasit is the other name for Hathor, Het Heru, a title of Sudanese Hathor. They were the beings of knowledge. That's why Nakhas means to mutter incantations. To mutter incantations. So they took that and they made that the whisperer in the Bible. So now the only way we know the word Nakhas, if we become one of the Abrahamic religions, is that's the serpent in the garden. And that is why they stole the concept and created Matthew 10:16, where it says, "Be wise as the Nakhasi." Be wise as serpents. Okay, that's where they got that from. Okay, here is the image of the day of Pentecost. Back to speaking in tongues now. Here's the image of the day of Pentecost. Look how the Christians draw this. Imagine thousands of people seeing this. Fire on top of people's heads. Nobody records it. How foolish is it of us to believe that Christianity could be something real? If on your street, if you even saw one of these people walking down the street with fire on the top of their head and they started speaking multiple languages, you would immediately Snapchat it, Instagram it, write in your diary, tell your mom, tell your brother, tell your sister, tell your girlfriend, tell your boyfriend, tell your child. You would immediately tell somebody, look at this, there's fire on people's heads. This concept came from Sekhmet. You see the fire on her head with the serpent there. That's what they stole to create the speaking in tongues symbolism. Okay, so Genesis 3 over here is where the serpent starts speaking to the woman. Of course, we know there is no such thing as any kind of talking serpents, that these concepts were taken from Kemetic concepts. Okay, here is the symbol of Tehuti and Neith. Okay, These are the symbols that also represent me, why I'm named Tehuti, and why I have a spider on my head. This symbol here of Tehuti and wisdom and creation here of Neith, if you zoom in close, you'll see the spider or the weaver right there. You'll see the serpent, and you'll see Tehuti. These were the symbols of wisdom. This is one of the reasons why on the Podclass, on Sonetter, on Killer Priest, when I'm on there, you will see me with the spider, the serpent, and my name is Tehuti, because I'm actually reliving this. This is a part of my daily lifestyle. The things that I do to myself and with my family are based on ancient cultures and customs. This symbol here is the weaver, the ancient symbol of string theory. Now, this is the part you don't have to break down to Christians, but this is for you guys because this will be over Christians' heads who just want to know about speaking in tongues. But this is the weaver. Now, when you go to the name Neith, you see these symbols here. Neith is the goddess in Kemet who weaved the universe symbolically. Weave the universe together, which means every part of the universe is intricately connected. And so when scientists today created quantum, the concept of string theory and quantum theory, they literally took Neith's symbol in Meditative and made this right here. That is the word for Neith in the Meditative. But that is also the symbol for string theory, which is knitting. That's why they say string. Neith itself means to weave. This is where you get the word knit from, knitting. So you see all the symbols of Neith became the symbols of quantum string theory, because in ancient times we knew that knitting had to do with etheric or quantum coming together of energies, not an actual string. The string in knitting came later. That's why when you look up the word knitting, the original meaning of it is unifying force, interconnection. Nothing to do with a string and a thread. It's to bond with a unifying force and an interconnection that is photonic entanglement. That's just a little bonus for everybody here. Now, here's what you're going to present to the Christians. A lot of Christians don't know that in order to speak in tongues, you have to have an interpreter. This is from the book of Corinthians here, Colossians. 1 CO 14:27. This is the first one because there's two books. So if any man speak in an unknown tongue, let it be by two or the most three, and that by course let one interpret. So if you see anybody speaking in tongues, there can only be three people there. And guess what? One of the three people has to be an interpreter. So it's only two people or one person speaking in tongue. Another person is speaking in tongue, and the other person is an interpreter. You don't see this in church. But if there's no interpreter, let him keep silent in the church. Let him speak to himself and God. Show your Christian friends this, because this does not represent what we are about to actually see. And what we're about to actually see is this is what we see when people start speaking in tongues. And here, I'll show this little clip. And all Christians are familiar with this. And this matches what Jody showed in her video. And here it is right here.
I'm trying to do what I'm supposed to do. Thank you, Lord. But can I tell somebody under the sound of my voice, if you really want victory today, then you got to shake it off. Come on. You ain't going to get out of that mood. It's not going to get off your
put on 123.
Your situation ain't going to change.
Here we go.
Until you shake it off. Shake it off. Man, I feel a break out in here. I know we gotta move on, but I feel like something about to break off up in here. Oh!
So there it is. That is what's happening in churches today, which doesn't match what the actual Bible says. It actually matches other parts of the Bible, and you can show your Christian friends this. This is how people are acting in the church. They're actually imitating the Matthew 5:1 story where people were possessed. Okay, people were possessed. So this here it says, Matthew 5:6, when Jesus was afar, they ran and worshipped him and cried with a loud voice and says, what have we I do with thee, Jesus, Son of the Most High God? I adjure thee that thou torment me not. We'll start from Matthew 5:3. Who had his dwelling amongst the tombs? No man could bind him, no, not with chains. So there was a crazy man who could not be controlled. You couldn't even bind him with chains, because he had been often bound and fettered with chains, and had been plucked asunder and fettered. He broke it to pieces. Neither could any man tame him. He was wild. He was wild. And when he cried with a loud voice, and he said, come out of thee, unclean spirit. And he asked him, what is your name? And he said, my name is Legion, for we are many. I want you to remember that. Okay? When we think of Christians catching the Holy Ghost and speaking in tongues, when I was a child, some people even fell to the ground and started foaming at the mouth. How many people have seen that? They start like spit stuff starts coming out of their mouth. Their eyes start rolling back. Has anybody ever seen this? This description actually matches the possessed people. Okay? And it says here in Mark 1:17, one of the multitudes answered and said, Master, I have brought to thee my son, which has a dumb spirit. What does the word dumb mean? What does dumb mean? Right? So it has a dumb spirit, something affecting the speech. Whosoever taketh him, teareth him, he foams and gnashes with his teeth and pines away. He answered and said, O faithless generation, how long will I be with you? Then it goes on to say, he brought him to him. When he saw him straight away, he tear him and he fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. The way that Christians behave in church actually match the way that possessed people behave in the Bible. Because the proper way, according to the so-called Bible, if you don't have an interpreter to explain the speaking in tongues that you're saying, then you're supposed to be quiet and silent in the church. And only 3 people at a time are allowed to do it. In the video that you saw, there was about 30 people in the room prancing and walloping. Okay? When we look up the word legion, legion is a squad. Right? A squad. And it's from the root word leg. You see that? P-E-I is leg. And it's from squad. When we look up leg, it means to collect, which actually bred the word lecture. Bred the word lecture, or logos, which is to speak. A lecturer. A logos, which is to speak. You see that? To say, to tell. So the entity, according to this Bible story, that was in this person was called Legion, and it dealt with speaking. That was the possessed person, was called Legion, and it dealt with logos, collecting and speaking to declare, from the root word leg. That is the energy force that is inside of Christians today, called the Legion. To bring back an energy force, or to be repossessed with an energy force that deals with speaking and declaring, but you're speaking and declaring something that nobody can understand. That is what's happening today. Okay? Now, what do we see in the word religion? The word leger, lecturer, to speak. You click on the word religion, and there's religion in the etymological dictionary, and there it is right there. Re and leger, the same thing. The lecturer, leger, the speak. The word religion literally comes from this word legion, legion, or leger. And it is these religious people that are running around speaking in tongues, catching the Holy Ghost, these Christians that are behaving in the same way that is described as people that are possessed with a dumb spirit, which means their speech is affected, and they're possessed with a thing called a leger. you can show the Christians this. Okay? Here it is again. Lecture, leger from leg. My name is Legion. My name is not our. It's a frequency. This is a frequency which can be one or in many places at once, many churches at once, which is why some people that don't even speak in tongues walk into a church and then all of a sudden they start speaking in tongues and they start wailing and walloping around. And they're like, I've never done this before, because it is a frequency, tone that possesses people. And once you're inside of that frequency, you may be possessed and act the same way because you're possessed by this religion type of energy. You see? So I'm going to move over this and that because this is there's a lot going on, but we're going to explain this because what are they actually saying? We're going to get into that. Now, if we go to Deuteronomy, this is the Bible. I want to show you what you can show your Christian friends. It says they sacrifice to devils, not to God. Okay, so when we look into this book of Deuteronomy, and we actually look at the word they use for devils here, this is in the etymology here, when it says they sacrifice unto devils, the word there is shed. You see that? Shed. Shed is the word for demons or devils inside of the so-called Hebrew, which is really the Masoretic script. The word is shed. I want everybody to remember that. That's the word shed. And when we look up shed, it is etymologic word 7700, and it is the word here, you see that? Demon. Shed. Sacrifice to demons, devils, demons, onto devils. You see that? So the word shad is just really an SHD. So it's shad. A shad is a demon energy, according to those who believe in the Bible. The interesting thing is when you get into the religion or the religion of the Bible, and they say that the Holy Ghost possesses them and their speaking in tongues comes from God, they're actually right. They're actually 100% right, because the word for the Almighty God, when we look that up in etymology, right, we see here in etymology under Blue Letter Bible is actually the word shad. And shad is now a violent destroyer. You see that? Because it's a demon type energy. So when you look up shad as in El Shaddai, understand that in the so-called Hebrew language, which actually is no such thing as Hebrew language, but in the so-called Hebrew language, when you add an I sound to the end of the word, it means my. Such as when their so-called Jesus was on the cross, he said, Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani, which is my God. So it's not Elo or El, it's Eloi. That's the my, the possessive. So when you say my demon or my, that type of energy, you say Shaddai. But the root word of it without the I is just the shad, which is violent, destroy, devastate, ruin. This is the root of the El Shaddai. You see that? The El Shaddai, to assault, to devastate. That's the El Shaddai right there. That is the energy that they're calling upon, that they call is the Almighty. You cannot have a word more powerful than Almighty. That means whatever mighty that anything is, this thing is the Almighty. So their almighty energy is actually the word shad, which they call, El Shaddai. Let's go back to it again. 1 second here. We'll go back to it again. So yeah, this is very deep. And it's very important to know these things and understand these things here. Let me get back to the room here. Okay, here we go. All right. So that's El Shaddai. You see that El Shaddai, that is the Almighty, right? So now when we go back to the TD Jakes, because remember, the Medea guy was with TD Jakes. He donated $1 million. This is all done for show. This is all done for views. This is all done for clout and hype. If you want to dedicate donate $1 million to TD Jakes, you can easily walk to his house and write them a check privately and say, I want this to go to such and such foundation, such and such fund. But when you come to the church and make a spectacle of it and start speaking in tongues and dancing around, saying you're doing that for views, you're doing that to be seen, to brag and boast about what you're doing, to let people know that it's you. Now, we'll go back to the TD Jakes, the video where TD Jakes now is speaking in tongues. Am I still screen sharing? You can see the screen? Can you see the screen? Okay. I'm still screen sharing. Okay. So now we have TD Jakes here on the screen, right? And we're going to go to what he's actually saying. What is it that him and the Medea guy are saying, and the pastor that I showed before? There's something that they say that is consistent. No matter what they say when they're speaking in tongues, there's a certain couple words that they say that is the same. We're going to go right to that part. Should be at about 17 minutes over here. 17 minutes over here. And let's see what they're saying. Here we go. Of course, all the sisters, because that's who religion attracts the most. The church is filled mostly with the women, the black sisters. They're the most emotional, because if you can control the black woman, you can control the whole race. So the sisters were definitely kept in the slave master's house, having sex with him, given Jesus, having babies with the slave master. They became the most emotionally attached to the Caucasian on the cross, the naked man called Jesus. And that's why if you walk up to some of these sisters and ask them if they have a man, a lot of them will say, yes, I have Jesus. Jesus is my man. I am married to Christ. Nobody said that in history before slavery. No black people were saying that. So, of course, you have the sisters here, and let's see what TD Jakes is saying.
Glory. Oh, glory. He's taking us into another dimension, y'all.
Okay.
We're going into another dimension.
So we have a Christian talking about going into another dimension. You see, because when you say these tones and you're speaking in whatever tongue and vibration, everything in physical existence is made up of vibrational sound frequencies. And those sound frequencies manifest as physical matter. But when you zoom in on the physical matter, you'll see that the things are vibrating and they're making sounds that your ears can't hear, your olfactory system can't hear, but they're minute sound frequencies. And that's why when they find the sound frequency, say of 900 megahertz of a glass, and they play that sound frequency, the glass shatters, because it is the sound that made the glass, and it's the sound that can shatter and destroy the glass, taking you into a different dimension. Another dimension. Okay. Let's see what he says.
God is restoring things. He's doing some restoration.
Here comes the
some
sisters. Here comes
some adjustments. You've gone through some painful things, but God's got purpose in the pain. And he's restoring some things.
Okay. So we see there. What did TD Jakes say? Let's rewind it a little bit, because they're all saying the same thing. The pastor that I played before said it. They're all saying this one thing, and then they say a bunch of foolishness afterwards, but there's something that they all say consistent.
Some realignment, some adjustments. You've gone through some painful things, but God's got purpose in the pain. And he's restoring some things. Oh, God.
Okay. So we have their TD Jakes. Let me get back to the screen here. So we have their TD Jakes. TD Jakes and the rest of these people, they keep saying the shada shada ha shada shada shada. No matter what they're saying, they make sure inside of there they say the word shad. Shad is always going to be somewhere in the leaders speaking in tongues, not necessarily the people saying it, but the leaders that are speaking in tongues. they know what they're doing to take you into a different dimension. So they're going to say the shad word, but this word shad is a term for demon negative energy. And that's why the God in the Bible is so destructive. Never, ever, anywhere in the Bible does God interfere with people and do something positive for people. Every time the God in the Bible interferes, some type of chaos and death and destruction, and he turns water into blood, and he sends plagues. He kills a man for having sex with a woman and ejaculating on the ground. He cuts this person, he kills this person, he destroys this person. This is the shad energy that people have, and promoting it inside the church, and most of the people don't even know. They don't even understand this shad energy, and they know it associates with the serpent. In their eyes, the serpent is evil, and that's why, if we go to a screen share, how many people ever heard of God hissing? Most people don't associate God with hissing. Why? Because God is not associated with making sounds of a serpent. Nobody really associates God with hissing until you go to the book of Isaiah 7:18, and it shall come to pass that day that the Lord shall hiss for the fly. Why is God hissing? What is this thing talking about? God is hissing here. If you were to ask anybody about that, they would say no, no, God doesn't hiss. So then we have crazy situations like this man right here. When he gets possessed with the energy, he can pass it through the whole church. And you've all heard of this man and seen this guy here. This is the confusion and the chaotic behavior of people. And I'll play one last one that you can show people this video and show them and ask them, how does this match the speaking in tongues? Yes. And there he goes. All right. There he goes, flying out the room. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is speaking in tongues. That is the origin of the real root of where they got the concept from. And that is a real energy that is possessing them. Show your Christian friends this. Show them the video. Let them know that the Bible says there should only be 3 people there. So if you see anybody claiming that they're doing something that the Bible says, but yet they're not doing what the Bible says, then some other energy force is attacking or possessing them. This is called a Kur-Ku in Kemet. A Kur-Ku, that is a possessive spirit that possesses people. That the ancient Kemetians in the story of Heru cast into the pigs, and the pigs ran away. Does that story sound familiar? When Jesus cast the spirit into the pigs, that came from the Kemetic story of Heru, and the Kur-Ku, the possessive energy that possessed people. That is the religion or the legion energy, the leg energy that is inside of people. So thank you for that question, Jody. I hope that I step by step gave you a way to break it down to people. I hope everybody appreciated that answer. And that is the way we answer questions on the Tehuti Podclass. Let me try to fix this here. Okay, get it back into focus. And let's see. There we go. Boom. All right, so that is the answer, Jody. I hope you appreciated it, and we're gonna go on to the next question. Is the golden one here in the room? The golden one or Spice? What is it? CMOS Spice? Are you in the room? Are you in the room? A question was sent in by CMOS Spice. Interestingly, about Paul in the Bible. This is like a Bible podcast today, which is important because we need to know how to break people out of the mental chains. In order to know how to break them out, you have to know what they teach and believe. You can't just walk up to somebody and say, hey, listen, these are the ancient ways. It's called Ma'at. And here's the Purim Haru, the Book of the Dead, and the Pyramid Text. They'll be like, what in the world are you talking about? You have to be able to to break it down. And like Golden, oh, here he is. Great segue. Is that you, Golden One? It looks like you because I see the spice drinks. Is that you, my brother? I think this is the longest student I've had that I still communicate with. Type in the room how long you've been, how long ago I first started teaching you, my good brother. How long ago did I first start teaching you, Golden One? If this is you, I think this is you. He has about 4 different names. Golden One, yes, he is here. Okay, so Golden One, if this is the same brother, which it should be, I've been teaching him for the 28 years. A lot of people say, hey, Tehuti's a new guy on YouTube. He's a new teacher. No, this is one of my students that I first taught and woke up out of whatever he was into 28 years ago. And I'm sure he's woken up many since then. And this is the legacy. Almost 3 decades I taught this brother. So peace and shout out to you. Yes, I've been here for a while. I think I'm going on about 80 years old coming up. I don't know. How old am I? I don't know. Am I 28 or 82? Who knows? But let's get into it. Golden One. More wisdom. Yes, more wisdom. So Golden One, shout out to you, Golden One. Asked a question. Let me get to it and see. Let's get to it. So that is speaking in tongues. And yes, segueing right into Paul, because Paul, who is famous for his story in the book of Acts. So let's go ahead and segue right into Golden One's question shot out. Let me see if I can find the question here. Sorry. I'll put it on the screen. It's going to be a good one. We still have a couple more hours to go. We're going to get to everybody's questions today. Send your support, everybody. Send some nice big support. Help the mission. Help me survive. This is what I do for a living. And help this continue. Where is Golden One? Let me go ahead and see if I can locate. Is this you, Golden One? Yes, here we go. All right. Let me go ahead and this should already be, it should already be in the room. Oh, here it is. I have it. It is already actually here. Let me go ahead and put it on the screen. It is actually in the page back. Yes. So here we go. Here we go. Let me close this out. A nice little donation. Let me go ahead and put this in the room. Let me go. Here we go. Okay. And shout out to Golden One. He actually worded this 2 different ways. Speak on Paul claiming to have a different gospel. Wonderful. Welcome. Shout out to Golden One. Shout out to the $5. He's a consistent, so he gives several donations. Oh, the lighting. Several donations in support over and over again. He's been doing so for a long time. He's very consistent. Him and his goddess. Thank you, both of you. So it adds up over a while. I know there's some people here that give donations of like 20, 25, 10 and up, such, but we appreciate everything. Everything counts. Shout out to you, especially if you're consistent. It all adds up. So here's another one, a biblical question. I want you all to know the Tehuti Podclass. I teach my culture, Ma'at. I teach different cultures and sources that are archaeologically backed. But yes, you can pop up in the Tehuti Podclass with a Bible question and just ask questions, because you may have somebody who just needs that one little thing broken down out of the Bible to get them ready to say, you know what, I want to see more information. But right now, I'm holding on to this Bible. What can you teach them to break them out of the Bible or the Quran, or how do you segue it in? Okay, so yes, feel free to ask questions about the Quran here, the Bible, the Book of the Dead, government conspiracies. We cover it all. So he asked questions about Paul. I want everybody to know, interestingly enough, that Paul is actually who everybody follows in the Bible, in today's Christianity. People today are actually Paulites. They're actually, shout out to Super Mogul. Peace and love to you. Nice to have you here. He is a consistent. He's one of the only people I teach one-on-one. Shout out to you and all the new people that came in the room. Paul is actually who everybody's following in your church. If you can actually break people out of Paul, you can break them out of the Bible. I'll say it again. If you can break people out of Paul, Paul has more books than anybody in the Bible. Imagine that. No prophet in the Bible, no apostle, nobody in the Bible has as many books in the Bible as this one madman named Paul. He was most definitely a madman. Oh, Hush Nation said, I'm in my 60s. You got to be in your 80s. Nice. So Paul, let's talk about Paul. Let's analyze Paul. Thank you for that question, and we're going to go through Paul. Does he have a different gospel? Absolutely. Paul was... Let's just walk through it. Paul's actually scarily funny. Scarily funny. Okay. So let's go into Paul here. All right. So Paul starts off actually with a vision. And I'm actually going to let me do this. Let me see if this is it here. Here is the books of Paul. I want everybody to understand this. This man has more books attributed to him than any of the disciples in the Gospels. His books are actually the youngest, interestingly enough. Thessalonians 1, 2, Corinthians 1, 2, Galatians, Romans, Philemon, Colossians, Ephesians, Philippians, Timothy, Titus. This man has more books than Moses in the Bible. And what he wrote, he written with his own hand, as seen in the book of Philemon. Oh, there's more. Timothy 2 at the bottom there. Okay, so when we look at the apostles, the so-called apostles, they actually came way after. Now, Think of how illogical this is. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, who were supposed to be there walking and talking with God, their books come, look at this, 70 AD. 70 AD, 70 years after Jesus is born. After Jesus fulfilled the prophecy of birth, 70 years later they decide to write about him. The book of Luke, 80 to 110 years. How ridiculous is this? Right? How foolish is this? How foolish is this? Imagine the Son of God, the fulfillment of prophecies of thousands of years. God finally comes to the planet Earth, fulfills the prophecies, does all type of wonders in front of thousands of people, and you decide to write about him 80 to 110 years later. This is so ridiculous. We have John, who was the friend of Jesus. He walked and talked with Jesus. He goes back 70 AD. Ask the Christians, what is the reason why? Why all of a sudden 70 AD and 80 AD, the men who walked and talked with Jesus decided to write? Who wrote it? Did Matthew even write the book of Matthew? This is Matthew 9:9. And Jesus passed forth from there, and he saw a man named Matthew sitting at the receipt of customs. And he said, "Follow me." This is supposed to be Jesus coming up to Matthew. But in actuality, you can see this is somebody writing in third person, talking about somebody else. This is why when you go to the disciples' books, it says, the book according to Mark. Have you ever noticed that? When you open up the New Testament, it'll say, according to Matthew, according to Mark. Who wrote that? Did Matthew write that in the beginning of his book? Because if you wrote a book, you would say, according to me. You're the author of it. But whoever put these books together, they're saying according to Matthew, according to Mark, according to John. Now here is Paul and his story. We're actually going to go off of that. We're going to go off of that for a moment because Paul was a killer of Christians and he had to create a story. Now, Paul creates the story. Let me go to it here and see if we can find it. Here is Paul's story. Paul, in the book of Acts 9:3-7, he says, I remember Pastor Bennett was saying, Paul is an example of somebody who saw Jesus. Paul never claims to have seen or talked to any physical Jesus. These are all, let's look at the stories. When he journeyed, he came near Damascus. Suddenly shined about him a light from heaven. He fell to the earth. He heard a voice saying unto him, Saul, Saul, why have you persecuted me? And look at this next stupid sentence. And Paul said, Who art thou, Lord? Does that sentence make any sense? Imagine you're walking on the street and you hear Barack Obama saying, Hey, brother, come over here. I want to talk to you. And you say, Who are you, Obama? You're asking who it is while saying who it is. This is the silliness of the story. He's saying, Who art thou, Lord? And the Lord said, I am Jesus. It's hard for you to kick against the pricks. And down here it says, the men which journeyed with him stood speechless. They heard a voice, but they didn't see anything. They saw no man. So in this story here, he fell to the ground. He heard a voice. Didn't see anything. He just heard a voice. The men heard a voice. Didn't see any man. So according to Acts 9:3-7, in Paul's story of meeting Jesus, all they heard was a voice. They didn't see anybody. They did not see anybody. Okay. Now we go down to Acts 22. And it says, And I fell to the ground. I heard a voice saying unto me, Saul, Saul, why thou persecuted me? Who art thou, Lord? And they who were with me saw indeed the light. They were afraid, but heard not the voice. You see this? So the men that were with him saw the light, Now they're seeing something, but they didn't hear a voice. Over here, the men that journeyed with him stood speechless, hearing a voice. This is Paul's story of meeting Jesus. As the Gospels are changing, he's changing his own gospel. Over here now, we go to Acts 26, 12 to 16. And it says, at midday, he saw a light of heaven above, the brightness of the sun shining around about me, which journeyed with me. And when we were all fallen to the earth, I heard a voice. Wait a minute. They all fell to the earth. Over here it says, I fell to the earth. Those that were with me saw the light and heard no voice. Over here it says, those who were with him stood. You see that? You can't stand and fall at the same time. So as he falls to the ground, all the people that were with him, they just stood speechless. They were in shock. But over here in his story, we were all fallen to the ground, and I heard a voice. This is Paul, everybody. Before you even get to any teachings, before you get into Galatians and Ephesians and anything that you can quote from Paul, we have to go to his story itself, the schizophrenic story of Paul making up lies because he doesn't remember who he told what. So he goes and tells one group of people, listen, I fell to the ground. The rest of the men were standing. He goes and tells another group of people, oh, we all fell to the ground. I heard a voice. They stood speechless. They didn't hear nothing. The next one, all of us heard a voice. They saw the light. This is Paul. Paul lies to gain followers, and Paul himself admits it. Here's the book of Romans 3, 4-9, King James Version. What does it say? God forbid, yea, let God be true, but every man a liar. Now, for the truth of God has more abundant through my lie unto his glory. Why am I judged a sinner? What lie? The truth of God has abundant through his glory, right? Because this is what pastors do. This is what religious people do. What do? They lie and they justify it by saying I'm lying to the people, but in the larger story, in the bigger picture, I'm getting the truth of God out. This concept came from Paul. If the truth of God is more abundant through my lie onto his glory, why am I yet judged a sinner? Where's the lie? The lie is in these stories. He created lies in order for him to get what he calls the truth of God out. Because once people believe in the lies, then people listen to him and he becomes a new leader, thus getting all the books inside of the Bible, running around stealing from churches to start his church. Right? Here he is right here in Corinthians. I robbed other churches, taking wages of them to do you service. I was chargeable to no man. Paul, I robbed other churches, taking wages of them to do you service. All right, this is Paul. Paul here says the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom, neither the fornicators, the adulterers, nor the effeminate abusers of themselves, nor the thieves. The thieves cannot enter into the kingdom of heaven. And then right underneath, he says he's robbing other churches. Robbing and lying to get the truth of his God out to the people. Does this not sound like the story of how Christianity spread across the world? Robbing other cultures, lying and killing people. Killing people to get the word of God out to the masses of people. This is Paul. What does he say? What do these books say here? We're in Corinthians, right? Corinthians, we have the crazy story writer saying, why I give you to understand that no man speaketh of the Spirit of God calls Jesus accursed. So nobody that's speaking in the Spirit of God causes Jesus accursed. Who is this writer? Corinthians again. More books attributed to Paul. They actually don't know which one of these books Paul wrote, so the biblical theologians they just attribute books to him. Some of them say inside of the book that it was written by Paul, and the theologians say it actually wasn't. They don't know what's going on. But here, nobody speaking by the Spirit of God calls Jesus accursed. Okay? Here we are in Galatians, more of Paul's books, or more of the New Testament books. Christ redeemed us from the curse of the law, having become a curse for us. For it is written, cursed is everyone who hangs on a tree. Right? I don't remember Jesus hanging on a tree, but let's just pretend Jesus was hung on a tree. You've seen the images of people that are hung from trees, right? Nooses go around their neck, and they're put on a limb. They're put on a horse. The horse is spanked. It runs, and the person falls, and they're hung from a tree. This is done all throughout the world. Tree hangings, lynchings, right? Jesus was nailed to a cross. He wasn't hanging from a tree. But according to the madman says, Christ has redeemed us from a curse of the law, becoming a curse for us. For it is written, curses everyone who hangs on a tree, right? What race of people do you know that have been hung on the tree more than any other race? Of course, subliminally, the black race. Of course, through lynching. So you're reading this in the Bible as a black man and woman, an African man and woman, and you're reading, curses everyone who hangs on a tree. And you're looking around you, and you're seeing your brother, your sister, your father hanging. You're seeing lynchings and hangings, and you're being told that you're the cursed one. You're being killed and lynched. This is the racism and white supremacy in the Bible, that you are cursed because you're hanging from a tree, because the Bible said in Genesis 9:25, cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants. It was taught by early Christians that the reason why black people were taken into slavery is because they were the cursed seed of Ham and Canaan. That's what was taught by early Christians, and it's even taught by the Mormons today, right? So therefore you're taught that you're in slavery because you're cursed. And now one of the punishments and one of the brutal murderings of slavery was to hang people from trees. You have to look at it and say, this is horrible, but you know what? It's written in the Bible. Curses everyone that hangs on a tree. You're starting to believe that you are fulfilling prophecy as being the victim of massacre. This is the racism in the Bible. But back to Jesus. Jesus was made a curse for us. Over here, no man that speaks by the Spirit called Jesus accursed. So here's the Christian logic and the Christian and Hebrew logic. The Hebrews that believe in the New Testament, Christians and Hebrews will say Jesus is not accursed. He's just a curse. This is the chaos that Paul and the early Christians are breeding. It goes on and on and on, but we're going to stop right there because we really need to go no further. Present some of these quotes to your pastor. This is actually how I got to stay under my mother's roof, because she was going to kick me out of the house when I was a young man, questioning the Bible, tearing apart Christians, and going to churches and debating ever since I was a young man. She was going to kick me out of the house for blasphemy against God. And I said to my mother, I will wager you this. Let's make this bet. Let's make this agreement. I get to stay in the house if I debate your pastor and I win the debate and you're the judge. This was my very first debate in my life. I think I was 18 years old. It's 18 years old. He was 47. And it's the very first debate that Tehuti ever had in his life. And the loser gets kicked out of the house. So this is maybe one of the reasons why my debating techniques are the way that they are, because my very first debate was to have a roof over my head. If I lost that debate, I'd be kicked out of the house. So I debated the pastor and I brought this up to him. And my mother was looking in shame while he couldn't answer this. That if you're speaking from the Spirit of God, you don't say Jesus is accursed, but over here it says Jesus is accursed. Because he hung from a tree, which he never did. He never hung from a tree. He was nailed on a cross. So, at the end of that debate, by the way, everybody, my mother was a judge, and she kicked the pastor out. Pastor was thrown out of the house. He was told to leave. My mother said, this is too embarrassing. The pastor was kicked out of my house, and he went to the churches. Well, he went to the courthouse and got a notarization to have a restraining order against me. I was 18 years old, and I got a restraining order against me and all the Seventh-day Adventist churches in the city. I was not allowed near the property. On our door, the next few days later, we had a restraining order with a notarized stamp from the courthouse that me, at 18 years old, was not allowed anywhere near the property of any Seventh-day Adventist church because of that debate. And that's my first and only restraining order, and my first debate. So maybe that's what wedged into me to become the debater I am today, because I had to survive by winning a debate against a 47-year-old man, and I was 18 at the time, by debating using Paul's madness. So anyways, brother, that is the answer to that. Yes, Paul's Gospels were different from the others. He contradicted the other Gospels and his own stories, and he's a chaotic thinking man, robbing the churches, lying. May the abundance of God spread through my lie. Why am I judged a sinner? He has different stories of how he even saw Jesus. There's not one witness to Paul's story. It's only in these books, and they contradict each other. Sounds like a Netflix movie. Yes, sir. Okay. Yeah, somebody said I won twice. Yeah, I won twice. Peace, everybody just came in the room. So thank you, brother, for sending that question in. Let's get to more. We have a lot of time. There's 100 people in the room. We're going to get to more. Let me get a little bit of water. All right, Zebra. I got to put you away. Put Zebra. Thank you. Okay, let me take some water. Yeah, put him in there and then close it up. Oh, he's gonna have problems. Yeah, just dump him. There we go. See ya, Zebra, and then try to just close it up. Yeah, there we go. Boom. Yeah, just keep going. All right, Zebra's taking a break right now. Wonderful. Peace. Peace to you, brother T-Bone. I was a Seventh-day Adventist. Yes. Okay. Thank you. All right, let's get some more of these questions, more of these donations. Yes, and somebody says, I self says, peace, Zebra. Yes. Okay, so let's get to more of these. Let me check my notifications and let's get to more. I see a bunch of them. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for all the support. I see several of them. Let's see who we have. And I'm gonna take a break in a couple of minutes. Hey, Jay Kirkland. That's a very dedicated student of mine, Jay Kirkland. He always keeps in touch with me. We're going to Jay Kirkland, where are you? Oh, here we go. Jay Kirkland, before that, 2. Jay Kirkland. Shout out to Jay Kirkland for the support. He sends the mystical number 7777. Shout out to you, 777. No ice cream. No ice cream man yet. Oh, yes, that's right. You're right. They know this time. There's no ice cream truck came yet. Okay, those who know what that is, you guys know. Those who don't, you'll find out in my pod classes about the legendary ice cream truck. Okay, so shout out to Jay Kirkland 777, who says, for grand teaching, Ankh Uwacha Seneb. For those who don't know what that means, Ankh is life. Uwacha is a word for green and health, sound health. And Seneb is a white cloth that was made from the flax that was used to wrap the sahus that Europeans call mummies. And it represents eternity because it is able to keep the dead body eternal, preserved. So Ankh Ujasaneb, life, strength, and preservation. Our life, health, and preservation. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, Jason Kirkland. Let's see who else is here. Let's see. See what other donations and questions or donations are asked. Oh man, this is Religious Day today. This is awesome, though. This is awesome. Who is Rowdy? Tony Sam. Who is Tony Sam with the huge? Tony Sam now is holding the record of the night. Let me get you in here. The highest donation of the night. Tony Sam, let me get you in here. I'm definitely going to go answer this. And Tony Sam with the... Hey. Oh, 1 second, everybody. I got to erase some things. Hold on, everybody. Okay, we're going to get rid of that. No. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And that. And we're going to add this nice donation. Thank you, Tony. Tony Sams. He says, Islamic origins. Wonderful. Is Tony Sams, let me go to the chat. Is Tony Sams in the room? What is your name in the room here, Tony Sams? I hope that you are still here. Is Tony Sams in the room? That is something that a lot of people don't actually speak on in the conscious community. We're always dissecting and breaking down Heru and Jesus and Christianity. What about Islam? Is Islam for the people? Is Islam stolen? Is Islam plagiarized? What about Islam? Is Islam the way to go? Because a lot of people that leave Christianity actually go to Islam. Is Tony Sams in the room? I want to give you your respect. Tony Sams. I got to take a few minute break, and then I'm going to get into that answer by Tony. Oh, that's Tony. That's like an Italian. Tony Samorano 99. Oh, that's you. Oh, who says, this is him right here. He says, that's me, showing support before and been following since the KP Podcraft. Shout out to you, brother. We're going to get into a little bit of Islam. Let me ask you a question, Tony Samram, because I'm going to take a couple minute break before I get into the breakdown. Were you raised a Muslim or is somebody Islamic? I'd actually like to give you a link so you can pop up in the room and kind of tell us what motivated this question here. While I take a 2 minute break, I would love for you to come in the room. You gave a large donation, and I invite you to the room to kind of elaborate on what motivated you to ask this wonderful question, if you like. Moderator Sinetia Moon says, thank you, Tony Sams. So Tony Sams, would you like to pop up in the room really quick and introduce yourself and ask the question or give a little breakdown history, and I can take a 2 minute break, come back, and I would love to elaborate on this. Tony Sams and Shannon says, this is great. Yes, this is great. Awesome. Tony Sams. Everybody cool in here, Tony. DHNJ says it. Okay. DHNJ. Kamit. Are you in the room, Kamit? I know somewhere in my notifications, I know for sure you gave a donation. I haven't reached your name yet, but would you like to pop up in the room and kind of elaborate on yourself a little bit while I take a little break? If not, I'm just going to play a video while I take a 4 minute break or 2 minute break or so. But I would love for Tony Sams to come in and break. And Nani Asset Mur says, thank you for your question. And the largest donation, the largest donation of the night so far, from Nani Asset, that's one of the moderators. Okay, so I don't see anybody saying anything. So I'm going to let me go ahead and put something on for a minute or so while I take a little break. Tony Sams has disappeared. Maybe he's driving, I'm not sure, but let me see. Oh, the screen just moved. At the moment, he can't come on. Okay, no problem. At the moment, he can't come on. I'm on deck getting a massage. Maybe next time. I'm on deck. What is this guy? Puff Daddy? He's on deck. He's in a yacht on a deck of the ocean. I don't know, but he said he's on deck getting a massage. Can't, maybe next time. Enjoy your massage, brother. Wonderful. And okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and play something for a moment, and I'll be back. Love to answer this question on Islam. Let me see. Let's see here. How about these little funny ones? Wait, what's that? Okay, maybe I know that. Okay. Okay, let me go ahead and put I'm gonna put some cartoons on for you guys. Some of my favorite cartoons here. Some atheist cartoons. I'll put one on for you guys while I take a small break. Play some Tehuti tracks. I only have the two. I only have the two tracks from the Podclass. My tracks are not here on deck, or here as I can say on deck. They're not here. Just have the songs from the pod craft. So let me go ahead and put on some cartoons for you guys while I take a little break, everyone. A couple minute break, and we'll play this for you all. Here we go. I shall be back in a moment. Let me go ahead and stop. Oh, whoa, stop cam.
Giving you all
God.
Giving you all the glory, God. Praise the Lord. I love you, God.
Would you people please just shut the fuck up? That's all you ever do is praise and worship, praise and worship. What the fuck makes you think that all I want to hear for all of eternity is your ass kissing? I'm sick of it. I mean, what makes you people think that I'm so insecure that I need this stream of compliments constantly bombarding me?
Actually, God, it's the Bible. The Bible makes you seem pretty insecure.
Well, I'm gonna put an end to that once and for all.
Good.
People, I got something to say, and it might not be easy for you to hear, but I'm an atheist.
You're an atheist? You know what, God? I'm proud of you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. And from now on, only atheists are allowed in heaven, and all you fucking people can just burn in hell.
No, God. What the fuck?
I'm trying to find the.
Hey everyone, happy Halloween. Just a quick recommendation here. Many of you are no doubt familiar with the work of a very talented YouTuber called 43 Alley, especially his An Atheist Reads the Bible series, which offers, as he describes it, quote, word-for-word readings from the horrible and ridiculous stories of the Bible.
Here it is.
The Holy Bible, the King James Version, the fourth book of Moses, called Numbers, chapter 15. And while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man that gathered sticks upon the Sabbath day. And they that found him gathering sticks brought him unto Moses and Aaron and unto all the congregation. And they put him in ward, because it was not declared what should be done to him.
Is it 6 ounces?
And the Lord said unto Moses, the man shall be surely put to death. All the congregation shall stone him with stones without the camp. And all the congregation brought him without the camp, and stoned him with stones, and he died, as the Lord commanded Moses. Spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put upon the fringe of the borders a riband of blue. And it shall be unto you for a fringe, that ye may look upon it, and remember all the commandments of the Lord, and do them. And that ye seek not after your own heart and your own eyes, after which ye used to go a-whoring, that ye may remember and do all my commandments, and be holy unto your God. I am the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I am the Lord your God.
The Bible reports, often in brutal detail, Yahweh's merciless slaughter of the young.
Take the two cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, for example. When this tale is told in churches around the world, the focus is usually placed on the wicked men and women of the two cities, adults who should have known better than to explore their natural sexual urges in ways not specifically authorized by their quite particular deity. But have you noticed, in all the telling of this tale, and in all the artist renditions of the same, children are never mentioned directly, or featured in any related illustrations. However, it is quite clear that children were indeed in those towns, because children are natural parts of our society. And so, one must face the fact that little boys and girls play innocently in the streets, as Yahweh rained down fire and brimstone on their sweet little heads. One may wonder at this point why I begin with the account of Sodom and Gomorrah. It is simple. The Bible has more than its share of blissfully specific accounts of infanticide maliciously executed, directly inspired, and specifically commanded by the Christian God Yahweh. Such stories give vivid and unambiguous account of the mutilation, torture, and murder of little babies. And I will of course share a few examples of this shortly. I choose this story because it has been passed on, recorded, and dismissed casually by many professed Christians. These Christians are in need of further perspective on stories like Sodom and Gomorrah concerning the treatment of children by their God. One fresh look at stories like Sodom and Gomorrah help Christians to acknowledge is simple. All accounts of genocide include children, as all genocides do. And just because children aren't specifically mentioned, doesn't mean that Yahweh and his loyal followers aren't carving them up along with the adults. If one were to uncover all of the accounts where infanticide can not only be assumed to have occurred, but where the occurrence can be taken for granted as a corollary, one may then find his or her Bible much bloodier than first remembered. The following verses make the case better than I ever could.
Children, all the children of the world, red and yellow, black and white, they are precious in his sight. Jesus loves the little children of the world.
Now we shall deal with the Bible's unabashed advertisement of child slaughter, beginning with a little poetry.
Children, all the children of the world, red and yellow, black and white, they are precious in his sight. Jesus loves the little children of the world.
But of course, it doesn't end with Bible poetry and prophecy. How about some Bible history?
Jesus loves the little children, all the children of the world, red and yellow, black and white, they are precious in his sight. Jesus loves the little children of the world. Jesus loves the little children of the world.
Jesus loves me, yes I know, for the Bible tells me so. Little ones do and belong, they are weak, but he is strong.
Jesus loves the little children, all the children of the world.
I would like to emphasize something rather subtle in Yahweh's Egyptian blood orgy. He murdered animals too, baby animals. That includes puppies and kittens. And not to digress, but the following verses provide further illumination into the depth of Yahweh's baby animal killing interests.
Yes, Jesus fed me. Yes, Jesus fed me. Yes, Jesus fed me. The Bible fed me so.
And finally, the Bible proudly provides one with an example of infanticide so shameless and so cold-blooded that its telling is likely to inspire absolute awe and moral outrage in a room filled with the likes of Adolf Hitler, Genghis Khan,
and a random Rwandan genocidal cleanser. It is often odd to me that the flood is the one Bible story, aside from the resurrection, Christians most want to prove true for all to witness. Christians constantly search for pieces of the ark, or geographical and geological evidence suggestive of a global flood. Though viewed objectively with consideration for modern social mores, the flood is the one story one would expect Christians to lock away in a deep cellar, and hope that even they forget it was ever told. But I digress. From a young age, the flood is presented to children as a cute tale of all the animals of the world marching 2 by 2 onto this amazing ark. They hear of how Noah spoke to God, and how he worked tirelessly to build his ark and collect the animals for the voyage, of the raining for 40 days and 40 nights, and finally, of the discovery of land and a new beginning. Graphical depictions of this story usually end with a rainbow. The initial introduction to the flood inoculates children from the sheer horror of what the story is truly about. And once they become adults, it's simply Bible fact. Something God did, and they just move on. But if the flood story is true, then God drowned all the children of the earth. All of them. He filled their little lungs with water. He muffled their tiny screams under thunderous waves. He killed their families, their mothers, their fathers, their brothers and sisters, their dogs and their cats. He took from them their homes, their food, their warmth, and their hope. He left them alone in the dark, with nothing but the slow and painful guarantee of death. Can you imagine it, Christian? Now multiply the experience by a number befitting a global extermination.
Bless me. Jesus bless me, the Bible tells me so. Little ones hear me wrong. No.
All right. Okay, we are back. Welcome back to the Tehuti Podclass. And the moral of that story is that Jesus and God loves the children. All right. All right. So let's see some new people. Shout out to the new people that came in. We have Peace King Tehuti. I'm listening. I'm listening while I'm at work. I'm learning so much and taking notes mentally. Love, peace, happiness to you and your queens. Peace to you. Peace to the other people that came in. Okay, let's get into where we left off. So first of all, let me do a mic check. I did just come from a screen share. Let me do a mic check and press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me. Mic check, mic check. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, everyone, where you can come and ask questions, send super chat, Cash App, really Cash App and PayPal because they've removed the super chat. You can come and ask questions and get thorough breakdowns. We're about to get into something here. Let me see here. Okay. Let me do something here. So get this ready for the screen. One moment, everyone. We will get to everybody's questions today, everybody's Cash Apps. And we will see what we can do to answer everyone's questions here. Okay, let me get to here. So, 1 second, everyone. I am pulling up some things here to do some visuals. Okay, so a question was asked by the good brother here. Let me get back to the screen. Glad everybody can hear me. Shout out to the new people in the room. Don D'Agostino. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. So the question was asked about Islamic origins. Are you still in the room, Tony? Yes, I see Tony in the room. And the question is asked about Islamic origins. Wonderful. So I want everybody to know that there's over 500 sects of Islam. It's over 500 sects of Islam. And we're going to get into some of the origins. Now, like I like to do with everybody. Oh, sorry, someone's popping in the room. Is anyone in the room here a Muslim at all? Is anyone here in the Muslim? Has anyone in the room ever been a Muslim? Okay. Wonderful. Okay. So, I don't even know if they can number the sects of Christianity because there's new ones. Christianity, every few weeks a new church popping up, a branch off of that church, a branch off of that one. It's okay. Assalamu alaikum. Yes, sir, good brother. So this brother here is a Muslim. Peace and love to you. And there's different kinds of Islam. So this brother may be due to the fact he has Asiatic in his name, he may be of the Nation of Islam or 5% influence. The original Islam is under Sunni Islam, or under the Muhammad of 632 AD. The Muhammad of 632 AD. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go straight to Wikipedia, and then I'm going to get into, of course, the deeper things. I like to start off with the easy things first that everybody has access to. Then, you know me, I, of course, go to the deeper from that. But I always start off from what you can show people from what they have access to. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started into this, and then we're going to get into Islam and its Christian Kemetic origins. But let's just go to the basics first of where this goes back to, as far as the man himself. And let me do something here, everybody. I have a lot of files I have to shrink down. 1 second. 1 second, everyone. Okay. Let's get into it. Let's get it, he said. Let's get it. Let's get it. Assalamu alaikum. Good. Yes, sir. Good brother. Okay. Asiatic soldier, are you a Muslim under the Nation of Islam or 5%? I just want people to know that there are actually different types of Islam, and the one that has affected the black community the most is the Nation of Islam 5%, in mostly a positive way. But let's get into the origins of it. So I'm going to go ahead and do a screen share. Let's get into it, everyone. And boom. So here is Muhammad ibn Abdullah. Muhammad ibn Abdullah, classical pronunciation, like I said, 632 CE, was an Arab religious, social, political leader of the founder of the world religion of Islam. According to Islamic doctrine, he was a prophet divinely inspired to preach and confirm monotheistic teachings of. Here we go. You can see right from here that this is a branch off of Christianity. So I want to start off by saying that Islam itself is a branch off of Christianity. It's a branch off of the Bible itself. So the teachings of Islam gets right into the exact same prophets and characters, fictional characters of the Biblios. So we get right into Adam. As a matter of fact, in the Quran it says we make no distinctions. We believe in the Prophet Muhammad and all the prophets, and we make no distinctions, and then it labels them. And we have Adam, Abraham, Moses, Jesus, and other prophets. So right off the bat, this Muhammad individual comes and he's already preaching a continuation of Bible belief. So he doesn't come teaching about Ptah, Wesraret, Imhotep, Tehuti, Aset, Sekhmet. He comes immediately teaching from the biblical biblical fictional characters. And he called himself the final prophet of God, and all the main branches of Islam through the Ahmadiyya diverges from this belief. Muhammad united Arabia under single Muslim polity with the Quran as well as his teachings, practicing forming the basis of Islamic religious beliefs. Muhammad was born approximately 570 CE in Mecca. And where's his experience? So Muhammad, this individual, starts off by going up into a mountain and meeting Gabriel. I want everybody to know, ladies and gentlemen, that right from the beginnings of Islam, it starts off with Muhammad meeting a biblical angel that doesn't exist anywhere outside of the Bible. That means that if you believe in Gabriel and you're asked about Gabriel before Muhammad is born, you can only refer to the Bible, because the Bible is the only place that mentions Gabriel, a fictional angelic being created inside of the Bible, mainly in the New Testament, associated with the angel that is responsible for people knowing who Jesus is. So right off the bat, this Muhammad character, this Muhammad person, takes the angel that announced to the world, that announced to Joseph that Jesus would be born through Mary, takes that same angel and says that angel came to him in a cave and told him, Iqra in the name of Allah, read in the name of Allah. So before we even get into the Quran itself, the story already begins fictitious. It already begins with you having to be a Bible believer to even begin to believe this story. In reality, the Quran was put together and Islam was put together by biblical religious people. Only they had access to the belief system of a Gabriel. Now the story begins off with Gabriel telling Muhammad, read in the name of Allah. When you actually go to find out what chapter that is, I'll see if I can go over here. I do have a Quran, but I'm going to go right to the screen for everybody to see. We'll call it Surah Al-Iqra. Surah Al-Iqra begins, chapter 96, Surah Al-Iqra. See if I can find it in English. But Surah Al-Iqra begins off with the sentence, read. I'll see it's using, here it is. Iqra bisma rabbika. Yeah, here it is, right here. They don't have it in the English. They may have it in the English at the bottom. But it begins off with that story. Is this right here? Yeah, here it is. Read in the name of your created everything, of the Lord who created everything. So the story begins off with Gabriel coming to this Muhammad person and saying, Iqra bisma rabbika, lazi khalaqa, right? The creator, the khalaqa. But this is in chapter 96. You see, Surah Al-Iqra is the 96th chapter. It's not chapter 1. It should be, and it's supposed to be chapter 1 because it's supposed to be the very first thing that was said to Muhammad. Yet, it is in chapter 96. Showing you that right off the bat, the story's out of order and the story begins off fictitious with an angel Gabriel that was stolen from a Kemetic concept. Now we're going to get into the stolen concepts of where the Christians, the religious people who invented this Islamic religion, took to create it as another branch off of the Bible and another branch off of, in actuality, Christianity. Okay, so let's get into it. Let's get into the angel Gabriel. So we're just for comedy purposes, we're gonna type in angel Gabriel, because without this angel, there is no Prophet Muhammad. Here is Gabriel, right here, the angel Gabriel. So you see, when you refer to the angel Gabriel, it's only biblical references. There's no archaeology. There's no ancient culture. There's no Aztecs. There's no Kemet. There's no Sumer. There's no nobody talking about Gabriel except for the Bible, the book of Luke 1:1, the book of Daniel. All of these are just biblical. So right off the bat, we know this is stolen because Gabriel doesn't even exist. So where did the concept of Gabriel actually come from? Here is the concept of Gabriel. Gabriel actually comes from Geb. What I'm going to do with you, ladies and gentlemen, is show you the origins of what they used to create these religions. So here is Gabriel in the Blue Letter Bible. Over here, you see Gabriel. It's composed of the Gabri and then the El. El is a Canaanite god. And you have Gabriel, which is a warrior or a man of God. Okay? So Gabriel is a warrior or a man of God. Although we have no cultures breaking down anything about Gabriel. We see we have Gabriel, comes from Geber, over here. Strong's Concordance H1397. Over here, from Geber, you can see it right there, Geber. And when you look up the Geber, we see Geber is Gabriel, one of the highest angels, a man. See, the man of God. It's a man of God. Okay, where does this concept actually come from? Here we are again in Geber. You see that right there? Geber, mighty, man-child, right? Concept is stolen from Geb. So this is the Metanetter, and we have here Geb. You can find Geb written about in the pyramid texts dating back 2400 BC. The stories of Muhammad and Gabriel is 632 AD. The Bible, Ptolemaic. The book of Luke, up to 80 to 100 AD. We have here in the pyramid text, and actually here in the dictionary, we have Geb, son of Shu and Tefnut, husband of Nut, father of Osar, Isis, Set, Nebtet, called the great cackler. That is Geb. This is the Geb. Now, what is Geb? What is Geb when we go look it up? When we look up Geb in the dictionary, over here, see if we can find it. Geber. See the Geber there? Geber, great man. You see that? So the Geber is the great man here in the Metanetter. It's the great man. It also comes from the root Geb, right? The great man. And then when we get to the Blue Letter Bible, and we see Geber. We see mighty man. Mighty man, see that mighty man? And then man-child. You see that? They took these concepts and they're rewriting them. See a strong man? Oh, you can't see it? Let me put it on the screen. Why did the screen share disappear? So strange. I'm not sure. Let me go back to the screen share. Sorry, everybody. I don't know who's taking it off the screen share, but let me put it right back here. Okay, here we go. Right back here. No problem. Okay. So we have here Geber. Right over here. We have Geber. Right there. That's the root of Gabriel. Geber. And we have Geber, which is man and man-child. So here is Geber again in the biblical concept, which is no writings of Gabriel outside of the Bible. And it's a man of God. Not even an angel, but a man of God. That is Geber. Okay, from the Meditative of Geb, written in the pyramid text, but here is the Meditative. And we have Geber. You see the great man. See right there? That is the great man. That is the Geber. Okay? And he is the son. Let me go back over here to Geber. You see the earth god, the son of Shu, right over here. So we don't have a record of a Geb or a Geber anywhere outside of a Bible, but all we have is the Blue Letter Bible reference to this Geber or this Gebrael character that's called a man of God. We have nothing outside of that, and it's only written in this language. This is very, very important. This is the Masoretic text. Okay? This is the Masoretic text. We're dealing with the AD language, or we're dealing with, there's no scriptural writing that goes back to anything in the BCs. Okay, so this is the Masoretic text. Now let's get into this. Okay. This, in the family of the Geb or the Geber, we have Osiris, and we have this symbol here that is called the Ben-Ben. The Ben-Ben, and eventually became known as an obelisk. But it is also called a Ben-Ben, and it represents an erected penis. The erected penis, as I blow it up, you'll see, which is right under the 5-pointed star. You see it right there? There is Min, with the erected penis under the 5-pointed star. This symbol over here, right, is also over here represented with the two mates of Asar and his semen ejaculated and their hands up in the air, and that is Asar Min. Okay? Now, when we go over here, we see this symbol here. Okay? This symbol here, which is one of the most popular Islamic symbols, came from the Min, and it became known as the Minaret, and is usually right beside a dome, which represents a breast. This represents Aset and Min, which is Asar. Okay? Let's go over here. And we see minaret. I'm going to blow this up right here. Minaret. Minaret, which is lamp, a lighthouse from nar or fire. And here we see, in order to become a president, you actually have to bow to the penis of Osar. It's called the Washington's Monument, right over here. The breast, the dome is a breast from dome, domestic, and master of the house, Nebtet. Look closely on top of the domes is a bronze melanated female by Brother Philip Reed in 1860, was the foreman of the casting crew. And these became these symbols right here. Which became these symbols right here. Okay? All right, now what I'm going to do is I want to get more into, here we go. Now we have the Islam. Here's Islam and the Islamic symbols, right? We have min and eret, minaret, right? Now, the earliest structures specifically built as minarets were the 4-row square towers in the 4 corners of the Mosque of Amr in Egypt in 673. So the earliest minarets are actually in Egypt, but they're Islamic. But when you go to Egypt before 673, you see obelisks called the Ben. This word Ben got transferred into Islam and got transferred into Judaism. And this is where you get the word child, because remember, you have the child, which is a sar. He's associated with the Ben, which is the penis, and he ejaculates and creates his child, which is Heru. So that's the word Ben became associated with a child. And so when Islam took this concept, the penis and the erected minarets from the word min, which was a sar's name, which literally means erect. It literally means to be firm and erect. It's minaret, stabilization. They turned this into the Islamic minaret and said that the child, all the children, became known as Bens. This is where you get the word Osama bin Laden. This is where you get terms like Ben-Ami Carter. You get terms like Ben, right? Yahweh ben Yahweh. And these terms Ben, which this symbol was actually the Ben. It was a sar's penis. So when they started creating the first minarets, which represented a sar's penis, the very first Islamic minarets are found going back 673 AD back into ancient Egypt. And they made sure that it had the Astaroth, the Ishtar, or the Aset Ra on top, which became known as the 5-pointed star. So the 5-pointed star represented Aset, and then you had the crescent. The crescent, which represents the moon, which also represents Aset, because they had the ivory crescent, which was a fertility symbol that they would put on top of pregnant women made out of ivory, which formed the shape of the crescent, because the very first symbol of deity worship of a deity was actually a female holding a crescent with 13 etches that today they call the Venus of Willendorf, going back 26,000 BC. So they put the crescent there because the crescent actually is a word that deals with to grow something or to arise or to erect something, because that is what Aset was doing to Asar. That's why you see symbols of Aset resurrecting Asar. This is where you get the resurrection story from of Jesus and the re-erection of the penis. Every morning, a man, when he wakes up, at least a healthy man, has a re-erection or a resurrection. He wakes up with the heart on and the sun rises. This was known in ancient Kemet, so the rising of the penis was associated with the rising of the sun, because the rising of the penis ejaculates and creates a sun, an S-O-N, associated with S-U-N, because S-U-N in actuality is a Kemetic word that means fire, and the word minaret, min, which was Asar's penis, is also a word in Arabic, which is the fire. You understand? So here it is, right here. I'm just showing you where they're getting these concepts from, because these are the origins of these religions. Before they even become Islam, they're creating them from ancient concepts. And that's why you have the word crescent here, crescent, which means to grow, to arise. And so you have the Muslims with the 5-pointed star from Ishtar, Esther, or Ishtaroth, the fertility goddess responsible for erecting the penis, and the crescent, because the crescent is to grow, to arise, to erect. And when the arisen minaret is placed inside of the woman, she becomes the grower. She becomes the grower of the child. Okay? And therefore you go back to the ancient symbols, and here, this is how you spell Aset's. Here this is Aset's, this is the name. This is the name of Aset, or the Sabti, the symbol of the Sirius star, which is Sabti, which was one of Aset's names again, right? Meaning to be ready, lips, edge of water, or to be with child. The word Sabti is to be ready, or to be with child, found on page 664 of volume 2 of the Egyptian dictionary. And you have the phallus of Asar. You have the dome, That's the dome of Islam. And you have the 5-pointed star. This is where the Islamic symbols come from. The crescent, the minaret, the dome, and the star. Coming from the Christians who actually created the Islamic religion, because before there was even Islam, the Christians existed to create it. This is the symbol of Min. I'll blow this up here to see if this should be showing right now. Okay, here is Min, which is Asar, and you see the erected penis right there. That's where they got the minaret from. Here is Asar, again, Min with the erected penis. You see it again. And over here is the word Min. It means to remain, to abide, to be permanent, to be firm. You see that? Dealing with the penis, dealing with firmness. The Min. You see that? So Min becomes a symbol of a deity holding out his penis. Over here, called the god of generations, the Ithyphallic. Phallic is another word for penis. The god of generation, to be firm. You see that right there? Right, so let me get a little bit more into it over here. So we have over here, here is the Temple of Luxor. The Temple of Luxor. It's not closing. And over here you have the breast and the phallus. Guess what the phallus is called, right? Here's Sheikh Zayed Grand Mosque. And you can see, wherever you see the mosques, you see the Min and you see the breast. These were the ancient symbols of Asar and Aset. Okay? Here is the word Minerer over here, which is an incense, to burn an incense, and Ra, which is the light. And this is where you get the word Miner, which became the Arabic word for the same symbol called a minaret. And here is the minaret. And when you look up the history, here it is. Look up the history of the minaret. Minaret tower used in Islamic architecture from where the faithful are called to pray. The muezzin. Most mosques have one or more small towers, which are usually placed in the corners. And it says specifically minarets were 4 low square towers of the Mosque of Emir in Egypt. That's where the first ones are. They come out of Egypt, of course, because people in ancient Egypt saw the original minarets everywhere. So when they were forming Islam and they were starting to create these newly made symbols, they're just taking ancient symbols and making them new symbols. So the Geb is from Geber. That was Geb. That is a strong man in Kemet, taken to make some strong fictional angel. He's the one that says Ikra to Muhammad, and then Muhammad goes out to start this new religion of Islam, which is actually just a continuation of Christianity, which was stolen from when the Ptolemies. Before there was even Christianity, when the Ptolemies were creating Serapis and taking Asar and Apis, the resurrection gods, and making this new image of a European god of resurrection, also called Hades, which became a word for hell. Hundreds of years before Christianity was born, the foundation of the theft already took place. Then, after the foundation of the theft took place, then Islam, let me get back to the screen. Then Islam comes into being as a theft of the theft of the theft. That's why you don't find original concepts. It's the same prophets. It's the same. We believe in the Torah, the Injil. It's the same continuation. Jesus is mentioned over 125 times. Jesus is mentioned more times in the Quran than any other prophet, although the Quran says we do not make any distinctions. Jesus is the only one inside. Understand, the Catholic religion, they renamed Jesus from the name of Heru. Heru was called Heru, son of Aset. Heru, son of Aset. Aset was called Aset, mother of Heru. This is where you get the concept that Jesus in the Catholicism and Mary is always called Holy Mary, Mother of God. Holy Mary, Mother of God. Holy Mary, she's the only one who's associated with being the mother of God. When you find Jesus in the Quran, Isa ibn Maryam, Isa ibn Maryam, Isa, the Ben, Isa, from Isa. Isa is the ancient name of Heru. Heru's ancient name is Isa. He is the way. He's the one holding the hand in the Per Am Haru, holding the hand, leading the dead. He's the way called the Isa. So they took the Isa, and then Isa becomes Isa inside of the Quran, and he's called the son of Mary. So that's when they create their Quran. Jesus, Isa, is the only prophet inside the whole Quran who's associated with his mother. Isa and associated with the word that was the name of the penis of the minaret of Asar called the Ben. So he's called Isa Ibn. That's how you begin the Per Am Haru. The very first line of the Per Am Haru is Uben, Ibn Ra, the resurrection of Ra. So Jesus, Isa, becomes Isa Ibn Maryam, because who is Maryam? Maryam is Mary. That was Aset's name. So it's all plagiarism. Maryam is Mary. That's the bitter waters of the vagina. The salt waters of the vagina representing the sea where life begins inside of the salt water. That's why 80% of all vegetation is actually underneath the sea. That's where life begins. So Mary becomes Mary, and then they take Mary from Heru's mother, and then they take the ancient god Yam, the Sumerian god of the sea. They put it together, that becomes Maryam, and then they take Isa, which is Heru's name, who was born from the Ben, and he becomes Isa ben Maryam, mentioned 125 times inside of the Quran. And when you ask a Muslim, why is Jesus mentioned more time in the Quran than any other prophet? I thought the Quran says we believe in all the prophets and we make no distinctions amongst them. How do you make no distinctions amongst them, but Jesus is mentioned 125 times and he's the only one named with his mother? Moses is not called Moses, the son of his mother. David is not called David. But when it comes to Jesus, Isa ibn Maryam. Isa, Heru, Ben, the Ben stone of Mary, which is Aset. So the origins of Islam and all of these religions all come from the plagiarization. Islam comes from the plagiarization of Christianity, which is already a plagiarization of Kemet. And if we want to get into a little more, which I'm not going to right now because I have other questions, but maybe next class I can get into how the Quran, the book of Muhammad, really means the horns of Tehuti. And maybe I'll break that down next time. The word Quran is the name of the horns of Tehuti when they stole that concept and put it inside of the Torah. The word Quran is in the Torah as the horns of Tehuti because Tehuti was the god of writing, and so they stole that and they made Gabriel come and say Ikra, read or write. That was from Tehuti because Tehuti was the one that came and said read, and the Quran was the name of his horns. Anyways, thank you for the for that question. There's much more we can get into Muhammad being a pale man and them drinking Muhammad's bathwater and all type of strange things that are in Islam, but I have to get to many other questions. So you have to, if you're a Muslim, you have to wipe your butt with an odd number of stones. You can't wipe it with an even number of stones. All type of strange things inside of the Islamic religion. This is before there was 5%er, before there was Nation of Islam, before there was New Age things. We're going back to when Islam was created. It was created and plagiarized through theft. Okay, so thank you for that. And Kamit says $50 and $1 million answer broken down to molecular level. Tehuti is Ma'at personified times 9 knowledge nuclear. Wow, this sounds like bars. This sounds like a hip hop song. Thank you, my brother Kamit. And to the brother that answered the question, asked the question, I hope I gave you some information that you could take and at least start with. I think I gave a lot of information that you can go forward with. Thank you for that question, and thank you for that large donation of the night. Let's get into some more. There's more that was sent. Oh my, there's more. We have, of course, we have the brother Black's Alucard. Dracula spent Dracula backwards. Oh, the problem with his name. But here we go. So shout out to, we're gonna put this as 4, and shout out to this brother for his awesome donation again every week. This brother is supporting. He is supporting, and this is here is his support right here. Let me go ahead and put it in the room and give him his shout out and respect for having the appreciation of me as a teacher. Shout out to Black Allard, $20 just for thanks for the knowledge. You are welcome, Black's Alucard, which is Dracula and some other words spelled backwards. Black Dracula, maybe. Shout out to you, and thank you, everyone. We're going to keep going. We have a lot more to go. Shout out to my AI moderator who says support with the Cash App. Support with the Cash App. There she is. And for the new people that just came into the room, I'm going to direct you also to the... where are they? One second, everyone. I'm going to direct you to... There's so much on the screen. To the moderators. There they are, the moderators. Anki Ma'at, Anki M. Ma'at, Nani Aset Mur, and Saneti Amun. And Ahati is in the room too, but these three are the ones with the wrenches that have the control. And Ahati is the unofficial moderator. Shout out to the moderators. All right, everybody, let's continue. Thank you, Black's Alucard, for that. And what do we have here? A Drake song. Oh, this is okay, yeah, I'm using this to show the degradation, the degradation of music, but we're not going to get into that right now. We're going to get into Alan Ramey. Let me see. Alan Ramey with the support. Alan Ramey with the support. We're going to go like this. Everything's going smooth so far in this class. This is great. Alan Ramey. Let me go ahead and put this up manually. Where is it? Okay, that's Jody. Alan Ramey, we're looking for you. With the support, and I think here he is, where it is, March. Here it is. March. Here it is. Alan Ramey. Oh. Hey, what's going on here? Speaking in tongues. Wait. Hold on, everyone. Okay. We're going to save as. What is this? March 25th. 5, right? One moment, everyone. I have a little bit of technical difficulties. Let me fix something here. Overlays. Here it is. Alan Ramey. There you are. Boom. All right, is it going to show? There he is. Alan Ramey, shout out to you and thank you for the $20 support. He just says, for support. Thank you. Brother Alan Ramey. I don't know if you're Alan Ramey in the room, but shout out to you for that. All of this counts. All of this helps. Ben Frank has popped up. He says salute to you. Let's go on here. Let's go on to the notifications. See, I've answered quite a few questions. And we have Lawrence Anderson, which is Shut Up Lowry. Shut Up Lowry. Let's get to it. We have, one second. We have Shut Up Lowry. Thank you, Shut Up Lowry. Such an interesting name. Thank you, Shut Up Lowry. Let me get to you here. Shout out to you with the support and the consistency of coming to all the pod classes and supporting. Here you are right here. Boom. Shut Up Lowry on YouTube. Shout out to you with a $5 support. Respect to that. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. Oh, we have something very nice here. Hey. Look at this. Somebody has done something here for people in the chat. This is original. This is original. This is interesting here. This is a Siri. Wait, let me see here. For all the people in the chat that can't donate, let me put up on the screen. That's unique. See, it's a family here. Everybody's helping everybody. People are even. This is support. Oh wait, it's telling me it's too much. Hold on. Okay, delete. Let's try it again. Okay, shout out to Siri. Let's see. Let me read the name here. Here it is. Siri Jean. Siri Jean sends $15.55 for anyone in the chat that has a question and can't donate. Shout out to you, Siri Jean. She says for anyone in the chat that has a question and can't donate. I think there is a person in the chat, I don't know if she's here, that couldn't donate because something happened to a card situation and she actually couldn't. If she's in the room, I'll use it towards that because she actually could not. It was beyond her powers at this moment. But shout out to that. That is very that's very good. Are you in the room, Sarah Jean? Ahati says, Sarah Jean, you are great. Shout out to you, Sarah Jean. If you're in the room, let me know. Let me know who you are in the room. Okay. And so she sent for that person who can't, people who couldn't, and there is somebody in mind. I'm going to look out for them who actually made the attempt to do it and couldn't. So I will take that person, that question. That is somebody I know for sure. But thank you, Sarah Jean. That is awesome. Who just came in the room? Shout out to Alan Remy. Alan Remy. Okay. Shout out to you, Alan Remy. You know what? Put your names there with the Cash Apps too, so I can shout out who you are. So you're Chi2ATL. Chi2ATL. Thank you for the support, brother. Alan Remy. Thank you for the support. And we have K9 is back. Shout out. Peace to Tehuti. Been watching your debates and keeping up with you. Keep doing your thing. Thank you, brother K9. K9 is an artist, a music artist who became known to me on the Killer Priest Podcraft. You can type in that name. I'll give him a little, what is it called? I'll give me a plug. I'll give him a plug. You can type in that name into YouTube and you will find his music. Go ahead and support his channel. Go ahead and like the songs that you like, and find out from him how you can get some more of his music. He is a smooth MC. He is a smooth MC. Okay. Shout out to you, brother Kena. Okay, let's keep it going. This is smooth. This is smooth. We have Kamit. Kamit for thoughts group meditation for a purpose. Oh, okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on a second here. I like this. Let me put you. Kamit is awesome with the questions and the support. This support is always huge, and his questions are always great. I'm gonna put up his support and question up in the room in a moment, everybody. Let me just get rid of some of these. I have too many things on the screen. Let me get rid of some, and then I can put his up there. Let me see something here. I have to go into my memory banks. One second, everyone. I got some good for Kamit. I just gotta go into what book did I write that in? I wrote so much. Let me go into my brain. What book is that in? 1 second, everybody. I need to I got so much information. I gotta dig into my archive brain. What did I write that in? Hold on, everyone. 1 second. Let me. Goddess, women. Let me check this. I've written so many things. Let me look into my files and see something here. Everyone, hold on. Wow. That's not it either. Okay, hold on, everybody. Shout out to Kamit. I am looking for something for you. I'm looking for something. Secret Files. 1 second, everybody. I'm going to my brain. Secret Files 2006. Let me go into my something I put in 2006 called Secret of the Ages. Secret of the Ages. Okay. And in the meantime, while that's pulling up, let me go ahead and give a shout out to the brothers support. I'm going into my brain. Going into 2006 part of my brain. Okay. Kamit. Shout out to Kamit for his awesome support. He says thoughts on group meditation for a purpose, and then the KRS-One album. I must admit, I have not gotten a chance to go through. I have not taken the time yet to go through the KRS-One album to get. I want to give a real breakdown on it with the content and everything, song references and such. So don't worry, community. Not forget about you with the KRS-One album. Awesome though, but I want to get into I want to actually go into some songs and kind of break down some things for everybody. But everybody go check out, get that KRS-One latest album. Go get it. Let me do some here. Okay, Secret Mars. I'm going into some old files for all of you guys. Secrets of the Ages. Is this it? I may have to go into some physical. No, this is Mars again. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, no, not Mars. Not Bifurcation. We'll get into Bifurcation another time. It is no, it's not Buddha. Not the tetrahedral on Mars. No, not the speed of light. Okay. All right, I'm going to do one thing here. I really wanted to give you guys this. Let me look one more thing. This is for you, Kamit. Is this Secret Virgin Births? Let me see. Virgin Births. That's not it either. Okay, so let me do this. So as far as group meditation, I want to show you something that is motivational. I'm going to go into my my files. I'm going to show you some motivational, and then we're going to get into some things. Okay, let me see. Go to ritual. I love Kimmy's questions. Shout out to everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. I'm here to answer questions as thoroughly as possible, and that is why I like to get things up on the screen. Ritual for harmonics. Okay. Let me go ahead and put something on the screen here. So there is a Arabic brother named Yusuf who takes people on tours, and they were doing group humming. They realized that the way the aku inside, and Kimmy, you know what I'm gonna do for you? I'm gonna send you this. Contact me. I'm gonna send you this file, and you can use this file to do a meditation for your group in a room, putting this in stereo sound or putting this in your headphone. I'm actually going to show you the group that went to Kemet, went into the Akus, the pyramids, and started humming together as a group. And the way that the stone was shaped, it caused a vibrational echo that was able to change the frequency to put everybody in a meditative state. I'm going to go ahead and play that. Yeah, it is, Kamit. Yeah, I can't wait. I look forward to talking to you thoroughly about this awesome album. Let me fix this zoom. I'm still blurry. Okay, hold on. I'm clear. Disappeared. There I am. Okay, we'll wait for it to fix itself. Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna go ahead and put this on for you guys to hear. And here we go. And then here we go. Where's our screen share? Here we go. So this is an example of group meditation. I'm going to give you this file, Kamit. Just contact me through the email or through the Facebook. I'll send you the file and you can use it for your group meditation. I actually use this at home with my family. These are the harmonics. So here, so what they're doing is they're each person is doing a sound together, and the stone itself is echoing. Let me put this again to create this massive harmonic meditational sound that you can actually use. And I'll give you a ritual to do with it, and you can actually change your frequency with this. I'll play it again, then I'll play the other parts. Play part 2 of it. And part 3 will actually show the group. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, Kamit, yes, contact me, and I'll send you this, and then what you can do with that is when you put it on a loop, it'll be a continuous harmonic sound coming straight from Kemet, coming straight from inside the Aku, where Yusuf had the group of people in there, and they hummed, it created that vibrational frequency. And if you play it over and over again, especially maybe before you go to sleep or before you go to do a practice, it will set your body on a harmonic frequency, which will help with out of bodies meditation, and other things, which I can actually send you that. So I wanted to also, I wanted to ask everybody, who here has anyone ever heard of Dr. Emoto? I wonder if this is it here. I'm looking for my files that I wrote. Has anyone heard of Dr. Emoto before? It's not responding. My computer's locking up. It always does this. 1 second, everyone. My computer is locking up, so I can't see the screen. It always does this when I go to pull up this particular file. I gotta be patient. Always does this. Okay, 1 second, everyone. Oh, man. Always does that. Very strange. Oh boy. Okay. Secret of the Ages. Elohim, Virgin Birth. Connectivity. Okay, this must be it here. Computer is... Okay, here we go. Something's opening. Here it is. Boom. Got it. I hope this is it. Come on now. No, it's not it. Wait. How strange. People are trying to communicate. Huh. Okay. All right, I can get back to the room now. Has anybody heard of Dr. Emoto? Press 1. If you've heard of Dr. Emoto, anybody at all. Dr. Emoto, press 1. If you've ever heard of such a person. Secret of Ages 2, maybe this is it. Oh boy. Okay, we got a hot team. Oh, here we go. The screen's moving. Now I can see everybody. Good, we got a few people here. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and pull him up right here and show you something here. Dr. Emoto, an Asian doctor, actually did a study on the consciousness and how group consciousness and group meditation affects water, and individual affects water. Actually, the focus on positive thoughts and love affected the change of water molecules. I'm actually going to show something on the screen. I have a thing that I've written on it, but it's been so many years I actually can't even find my writing. I've written so many things. So I'm just going to go straight to the internet for this. This is what group thought can do. And you can use this you can use this for sex magic. You can use this for purity. You can use it for many things. All you actually need is some water. But Dr. Emoto did something even more special with his study. Let's see if I can find it here. So yeah, Dr. Masaru Emoto, you guys can look this up, water consciousness. He was able to change the water molecule shapes by thinking different thoughts. Here's some examples. So you can see the same water molecule when they put the group thought, sometimes the individual thought. For love and gratitude, look like this beautiful diamond. And you disgust me, change the water molecule shapes into this strange looking disarray. We have over here peace and eternal. Once again, looks like the jewelry that you wear. It looks like snowflakes. It looks like fractals, because that's actually what they are. So peace and eternal shapes into that. And then over here, we see the shape. Whoop. We see the shapes change. See, water crystals before the Buddhist prayer. So here's what Dr. Emoto did. Dr. Emoto took a group of about 200 people to a lake called Lake Bawa. This lake was in the shape of a woman's womb, and Dr. Emoto was disgusted at the fact that something that could be in the shape and the representation of fertility in a woman's womb was actually so putrid and so toxic that it was giving off a scent that was affecting people in the city that were not even near the lake. The lake was so toxic that it gave off a scent that disgusted people. So what he did is he gathered about 200 people, and he was able to do a group meditation by focusing on the water, and it actually changed the water molecules. As you can see here, here's an example of water crystal before the Buddhist prayer at Fijawari Dam, and water crystal after the Buddhist prayer. So the water molecule has the ability to reshape itself based on your thought. So there is group meditation where you can actually involve water. Something basic I could tell you to do, Kamit. You could do this with your loved one for sex magic, or you can do this with a group for just positive cleansing and positive thought, which is simply taking each individual and placing a water bottle in the center of the room, circling the water bottles, sitting in a very relaxed state, focusing on positive thoughts of love energy that you have for the other individual that is by you, or an intention that you want, And then simply after a period of maybe 15, 20 minutes of this focus, everybody literally drinks the water that was in front of them. And that itself is just the first step to a group meditation and taking the water molecule, placing it in front of you. Since you're composed of over 70% H2O, those now purified positive water molecules through that group meditation becomes a part of your genetic makeup. And the more that you do that, the more that the molecules inside of your body will start to cleanse and start to change. You can also do this through sex magic, which is placing the water bottle in the room while you're being intimate with an intention, and after you're done the intimacy, both of you drink the water. More details will be explained as you contact me, but this research was done, proven, and is this it here? Let me see here. See, it's not showing up. Anyways, the research was done and proven, and he was able to actually change the water molecules. And because we have such easy access to water, these things can be done very simply. Here are some other examples, right? Some other example. You can look up Dean Radin, Noetic Sciences, and Global Science Project, Laboratory to Focus and Engineering Project on to question whether sensitive electronic devices, including random components, may be affected by special states of consciousness. You can look up that study right there. You can look up. This is in my book, Secrets of the Ages, where the U.S. Military Command, Intelligence and Security Command took saliva leukocytes, took it and measured the DNA changes from one room to the next, placed a volunteer in another room, played emotional videos for him. The DNA in the other room was responding in real time based on the emotional peaks of the volunteer, proving that not only the water changes, but the liquid H2O inside of your saliva can change based on thought. And imagine having a positive or negative thoughts throughout the day, and you're constantly swallowing your own saliva. So you can see how people's mentalities, negatively and positively, can change based on them swallowing their own saliva. Having positive or negative thoughts, changing the water molecules in your saliva, and then you're swallowing it, constantly having that flow through you, and you can use that. People are doing that even unconsciously without even knowing it, and they're actually becoming more positive or more negative. Usually negative, because most people are on a better wavelength throughout the day. So there was also a study done, Orme Johnson, International Peace Projects in the Middle East during the Middle East Israeli wars in Lebanon. This is in the journal Conflict Resolution Volume 2, number 4, December 1988. People were trained to communicate with the electromagnetic field, and this group meditation focus, they would feel the feelings as if they had peace, and the terrorist activity started slowing down. EMR visits started to decline. So you can actually change several things with group meditation. So thank you for that question. That is awesome. I will send you those files, my brother, and actually show you some words to go along with that, and when you can do that, and how you can use that in group meditation, which is extremely powerful. This is why Kemet was so powerful, because the consciousness, your brain, the way your brain works, you have neurons which give off small sparks of light, and if neurons have similar thought, they create what's called a bandwidth, or a band, and then that band creates the conscious state that the whole body is in. Each individual person can act like a neuron in a room where multiple people can combine their bandwidths by having a certain thought and then changing the reality around them. This is why Kemet was so focused on how you think, the purity of your thoughts. and that's why it was the longest lasting civilization on the planet and the most spiritual civilization on the planet, focused mainly on how a man thinketh, so is he. That's where the Christians actually get that from. Okay, so Jody says, amazing info tonight, tons of gems. Thank you. And you're welcome. And where's Camille? Golden One says, my goodness, my goddess and I do that without even knowing it. We were doing sex magic. Yep. And what does Camille say? I think Camille is... Anyways, well, he's typing sentences in sections. But thank you for that question, Camille. Appreciate that. Yes, you know how to contact me. And there you go. Appreciate the support again. We have... Golden One. Golden One, which is also sea moss. No, sorry. Spice Island moss. Spice Island moss. I'm going to go ahead and shout you out. Thank you. He's the one that asked the question about Paul from last week. And he's also the one who has been the longest lasting. He's been around for 28 years, as far as I taught him 20 years ago, and he's still here, striving strong. Shout out to you. I'm gonna go ahead and put your support. Shout out to Spice Island Sea Moss, which is also Golden 1999 in the room. He says, for great answers because we awake those still asleep. Absolutely. That is the goal. We awake those who are asleep. Thank you, my brother. You've been supporting for years and years and years. Okay, let's so thank you. Yes, thank you. Appreciate that. Comedic Meta G says, indeed, Jody, you kicked it off. That's true. That is true. Kemet says, a simple picture of yourself, then burn it. Spell broken. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. The room is full of knowledge and knowledge seekers. Okay. What is this? The Secret Society. Is Robert E. Williams in the room? Is Robert E. Williams in the room? Let me go ahead and give him a shout out. I don't quite understand the question, but maybe if he's in the room, he can clarify. I'm going to go ahead and save and give him respect for the support. And then maybe he can clarify. Maybe he can come up front and ask it in person. Let me go ahead and put his question out. Where is he? Robert Jr. Shout out to Rob. Oh, look at that. 1 second, everybody. I gotta erase things. Delete. A lot of stuff here. Hold on. Delete. Oh, no. Delete. Okay. Maybe now we can do it. Here we go. Robert E. Jr. Is this you? Let's see. Shout out to Robert E. Williams Jr. for the $20 for as societies have knowledge, do they distort Niru? Okay, shout out to that. Respect for the support. I don't quite understand the question, but This will be answered either this week, either today or next class, because right now I don't understand the question, but it will be answered. Yeah, okay, there he is. Robert Williams says, yeah. Okay, Robert Williams. Thank you, my brother, for the support. Yes, I'm taking that. Yes, the S stands for secret societies. Got that part. What's near Nehru? Maybe that's the part. Anyways, while you're typing that, I'm gonna go through. We're trying to get through these, and don't worry, you will be addressed. We have David Reed. Shout out to David Reed for his support. David Reed for Hotep. Shout out to David Reed. I'm gonna go like this. Boom, boom. David Reed, shout out for support. Let me go ahead and add him to the screen. Where is he? David Reed is just giving support. I appreciate it. Thank you, brother. If you're in the room, David Reed, press 1, because, again, sometimes the names in the Cash App are different from the names in the chat. So shout out to you, my brother. Let me put you up one more time. Whoop. It says for Hotep. Thank you, David Reed. Appreciate that. Let's go on through, and then we're going to get back to Robert. Oh, here's an interesting question. This is actually kind of simple, but well, not simple, but shout out to the brother who's every class. Netter Ankh Hotep L. Netter Ankh Hotep L. Let me go ahead and put you in here. Where are you? Where are you? There you are. Shout out to 1212. I like that. 1212. Nice. And he says, were the Nitiru and Pharaoh's giants? Some are in glyphs. Netter Ankh, are you able to come on the screen for a moment? Are you able to come on, or could you send a link or something where you've seen that? I'm gonna actually explain something here. Let me get this off the screen. Let me see if I can let me get something on the screen here. Okay. So is this it? I go back to the room. Okay, so the good brother said that some of the pharaohs and Netter are depicted as giants. So to easily explain that, let me see. Let me go here. we go. Here we go. Let me go here. Okay, one second. I'm trying to Okay, so let me go ahead and show something here. I'm just gonna put this together right here. Right here. So the pharaohs and some of the netters are depicted larger. Let me go ahead. Presentation. They're depicted larger than regular people. And one of the ways you can tell that this was not necessarily describing them literally or physically is because the people themselves depicted themselves in the same way as the Netter would, and even the Anunnaki would. Let me do this here. Sorry. Okay. Let me go ahead and do this. Boom, boom. There we go. Great. I'm going to put this Anunnaki image here beside a regular person's image that we actually have the height for. I'm putting this together for you right now as I'm talking so that we can have them side by side and we can actually see that these were depictions for a particular reason. Here we go, one more thing for you. What a bunch of great questions, though. Everybody's these questions are great. These questions are great because you know, if you don't really the slightest mistake and you could actually misinform somebody. So I'm trying to give people the most factual. Here we go. Let's go to World Archaeology. The most factual information. Okay, we're going to go into KV55 KV55 to Ramesses 1. I'll just go ahead and put this right here. Then I'm going to give an explanation of how this concept actually turned into what we see in religion today. Here we go. We're almost there. We're almost there. I'm trying to put this together live for you. KV55. Okay, here we go. Boom. Boom. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and expand this. Okay, so maybe I can just expand the whole screen. There we go. All right, here we go. So I'm going to go ahead and do a screen share and show everybody something here. Oh, I see Robert's question now. Will the secret societies have knowledge that the... Oh, do they acknowledge the Natiru? Was if the secret society... The question was, if the secret societies have this knowledge, do they acknowledge the Natiru? Great question, Robert. Great question. Let me go ahead and answer this one here. So here is going to do a screen share for is Netter the Great still in the room? Netter the Great, are you in the room? You know I'm slow. Robert's funny. Oh, Heteru. Wait a minute. Wait, is it the Neteru or they acknowledge Heteru? Let me read this question. If Sikh societies have this knowledge, do they acknowledge the Neteru? Then at the bottom he said, Heteru. You know I'm slow. Okay, 1 second there. Okay, so here we go. Let me go ahead and do a screen share here. And okay, if you're looking at the screen right now, you're seeing images of the Anunnaki on the left-hand side, images of the kings, and you see small people in front of him. Okay, this is a symbol of authority. It is not actually the depictions of the size of the people themselves. For example, Ramesses has his wives and his children underneath him over here. So you see little people under Ramesses. Look at the size of Ramesses. And look at the people underneath him. You see this? This was the focus on how powerful he was to any other person. That was the depiction of his power, his grandeur. This is why words like grand are used for people in power. Grandeur. It is to symbolize that you are larger. You are larger than a regular person because you represented the most important responsibility in the civilization. So if you look close, you'll see little people under him, and then you'll see they're about the size of his foot or to his knee, almost to his knee, and then he is massive. So people may see this, and they may see the Sumerian one over here, and they may say, "Oh, these are giants." And some people actually use this to see they depicted themselves as giants. When in actuality, we know for a fact that Ramesses actually was a very small man, right? As we can see in the KV55 tomb, right? When you have the tomb of Ramesses, he was not a giant at all. He was not any larger than any regular size man. But in, of course, the depictions, they're depicted as this this grandiose, where'd it go? Oh, it disappeared. Very strange. Okay, anyways, you guys saw that. It seemed to have left the screen somehow. But he's depicted as this grandiose thing. This is the reason why when two men or two women or two people meet in ancient times, one would always position themselves as being shorter than the other if they respected the other person, even if they were taller. And the only way to do this was to bend your back to bow. You'd bend your back to bow and try to make yourself shorter. This is why bowing was seen as a symbol of respect. If you ask the average person, why is bowing a symbol of respect? The average person won't know why, but they'll know that it is. Bowing was to make yourself shorter, that the other person would seem more gigantic than you or larger than you, so you could look up to. This is where the concept of looking up to somebody came from. When you say, yeah, this person is my teacher, this person is I'm a rapper, but he's KRS-One, I look up to him, right? Or I look up to anybody. You could say I look up to Fife, any rapper, Papoose. But then you meet Papoose and you're 6'5" and you're actually taller than Papoose. But symbolically you say, I look up to Papoose. I look up to Eminem. I look up to Tom Cruise. But when you meet these guys in real life, they're much shorter than you, because the looking up to was a form of respect because it represented where the beings came from. When the ancient ancestors would write about their beings and where they came from, they would always say they came from the heavens. So when they were coming down, they're looking up. That you're the person on the earth, you're the earthling, and these things are coming from something higher than you. So even when they land on the ground, or even when they're in front of you, you look up, you bow down and you look up, because you want to always give them the impression that they are giants amongst you. But it is all symbolism, and in actuality, the original beings that were along the Nile that was depicted as the Neter Nem were actually short. They were actually around 4'5". They were called the Nem, and they were short beings. And they were the master teachers. They were actually short. So there were different beings on the planet of different height. Were there giants on the planet? Yes. Is there the Gigantopithecus giant skeletons found? Yes. But were the pharaohs and the Neterus giant? No, they were depicting themselves as larger, and you would bow yourself, even if you were taller or shorter, as a sign of respect, or that you had to look up to, that you were closer to the ground. This is where bowing came from. This is where worship came from. Original worship was not to an unseen God. It was seen to the gods that were in front of you. Some people would lower themselves to the ground all the way down, bow where their forehead touches the ground. Because consciousness has shifted, and now we think the gods are invisible when they're really us. Now we think the gods are invisible. Now we're bowing, and look how illogical this is. Now we're bowing to God. But think about that. As a religious person, why would you bow to God? If he's everywhere at all times, you can't get lower than him. So if God is everywhere at all times, you can't bow to him because he's underneath you. God is in the ground. God is in the ocean. God is in China, which is on the other side of the earth. So you can't bow to God. So when you see a Christian and a Muslim and they say, I'm doing prayer, I'm doing salat, I'm bowing to God. And I say, but he's underneath you. He's in China. He's in Australia. How can you bow to him? Where is God that you're bowing to him? And it makes no sense whatsoever to bow to a God who's omnipresent, as religious people say God is. But it makes more sense when the gods in front of you were physical, and you bow your head just as you still do in China and in Asia and in parts of the motherland. You bow your head to the physical person because you can physically make yourself shorter than that person, but you physically can't make yourself shorter than God, because God is to the left, to the right, he's underneath you. So it makes no sense in religion, but it makes sense to physical gods. So that was the concept of them being giants. So no, the pharaohs weren't, actually most of the pharaohs were short, were average height to short beings. The original beings along the Nile were actually much shorter than us today. Okay, so thank you for that. That's where the bowing concept comes from. It comes from the concept of seeing that which you respect as more gigantic than you, even if they were shorter than you. And if you're 6 foot, I'm 6'4", and if I meet a Dogon priest who's a master, but he's only 5'4", the only way I could get lower than him is I bow all the way down to the ground, because I can't bow lower than 5 feet or I'll topple over. So that's where the prayer came from, because prayer just meant to ask. It was asking the fellow God in front of you. And if you got low in front of a man who was 5 feet tall, you'd literally be on the ground, and that's where worship came from, by going down to the ground. Not by an unseen God, because you can't bow to God because he's everywhere. All right. And Ahati says, interesting breakdown. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, the what they call the pygmies today. Okay. So let me get. There's a question. Rich. Let me scroll up. Where's on a Netter G? So I hope you heard that. I don't see you in the room, but Yes, and maybe next class we can actually talk about some of the creatures that were giants, and some of them that were short, and all of them were revered regardless of their height. But there definitely were beings that were taller than other beings on the planet Earth. The concept of the giants actually came from the Bible. The giants gods, when actually the word for the giants there was the beings that came from above, called the Nephil. But we can get into that next class. 6'4" Tehuti's MBA. Where's the brother with the question about the secret societies? I may have to get to that next week, because I'm not sure. Neteru or Heteru. Do they know about Neteru or Heteru? Let me get into that. It's actually 11 o'clock, and I'm not sure, still unsure of what the actual question is, but I will answer that question. You gave a nice donation, and I will answer that question for you, my brother, even if it's not tonight, because it's been 15 minutes and I still don't understand what the question is. So we will I will get into it, though. Don't worry. Okay, who do we have here? Okay. Nice. Shout out to who's this? James Bowser. Let me see something here. Shout out to James Bowser. I'm going to see if I have a text for him. Oh, sorry, hold on. Okay, let me go ahead and put him up in the room. Shout out to James Bowser. And the brother with the secret society question, don't worry, I'm going to answer that thoroughly once I see what you're asking. And I may start off next week's class with your question once I'm totally clear of it. I actually like the sound of it. I just don't know what the last word is. Netheru or Heteru, which would be Hathor. Okay, let me James Bowser. Let me see. Shout out to James Bowser. Who asks, hiccups. Okay. Shout out to James Bowser, who says, where's the oldest mention of Nehesu in text? I'm going to see if I can find that. One moment. See if I can go to my museum files, to actual papyruses. One moment here. Is this it? One moment, my brother. I'm going to see if I have it. If not, I will I'll pull up that papyrus and actually just shoot me a message on Facebook, and I'll just shoot you the link to the actual papyrus text to see the day. I have to date them. I have to date the text to see which one, what is the oldest here. What is this? Yeah, let me who asked that question in the room? If you're in the room, the brother asked that last question. Let me go ahead and pull it up again. James Bowser, are you in the room, James Bowser? Go ahead and shoot me a message on Facebook, and I'm gonna dig up my papyruses and actually date them and see which one is older than which one with the word on it. I don't have the date of all the times that word was mentioned to see which one is the oldest. I can find it though. I can date them and see which one is older than which, and then whichever I find is the oldest date, I will shoot you the reference of that papyrus. Are you in the room, my brother? Okay. Let's go on. Is the junior brother in the room? Okay. Don't worry, we're gonna get to everybody. We have one. Oh no! Who's this? Oh, we have Carlos. What does this say? What is this? Based on Caligula circuit discovering the ruins, based on the data provided by Theodora, doesn't this confirm them? Okay, let me show this. This is Comedic Meta G. I think he has the last one here. Let me go ahead and put this up in the room and see what is he referring to here. Let's see. Comedic Meta G. Now it's Netter G. Shout out to you, my brother. Let me go ahead and put you in the room. You are 14. Let me see. Throw you in the room here. Overlay, where are you? Is this you? Shout out to. Oh, wants me to erase some. Hold on, everyone. I have to erase some stuff. Delete. Let me try you again now. Comedic Netter G. I'm getting messages. Oh. Okay, he says, shout out to Comedic Meta G for the $10 support. Get some water. He says, based on Kyle Press 1 if you can hear me. For some reason, I was bumped off of the internet. Bumped off. Press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me. I was somehow bumped off. Bumped off. Bumped offline. Hold on for a second, everybody. I don't know what's going on here. Okay. Okay. So, can everybody hear me? Press 1. It seemed to have bumped me off. Press 1 if you can hear me. Okay, good. Not sure what just happened there. Ladies and gentlemen, not sure what just happened. Let me get back to this. Everything shut down. Okay, so based on the Kyle circa 1820 discovering the ruins of Meroe, Nubia, based on data provided by Diodorus and Herodotus, doesn't this confirm them as reliable sources to use as eyewitnesses? Okay. Wonderful. Are Diodorus and Herodotus reliable sources as eyewitnesses? Sure they can be. I mean, yes, they can be reliable sources. Does Herodotus have error and mistakes in some of his claims? Yes, because you can be an eyewitness of something and still lie about it. You can be an eyewitness of something and still make a mistake on what you witnessed. So if there is a car crash and you have 5 different people, which they've done tests on this, 5 or 6 different eyewitnesses of the car crash, by the time they get to each person to explain what happened, due to the perspective, due to the emotional connection, due to shock, due to their own personal bias, they all explain the car crash differently. Are they reliable eyewitnesses? They can be. Inside of their eyewitness, is there an error and a mistake? Yes, that can happen too. So depending on case by case situation, and if it matches up with history, yes, they can be eyewitnesses. Can they be reliable? It depends which story we're speaking of, because you can be an eyewitness of something and still be unreliable because your version of what you saw was biased. So were they an eyewitness to what the Cometians look like? Herodotus was. Many of the Greek scholars and historians described what the Cometians look like. So it's hard to say. It's too vast of a question because we have to take a particular situation. Are they an eyewitness to everything to what took place in Meroe? I'd have to have a specific story. So it all depends. It all depends. He says it seems that folks use Greek historians, not you, Tehuti, sort of selective when it supports their build. Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, just says the person who is the people that are the eyewitness of a car crash, the person in the car crash that wants the insurance claim, will pick particular eyewitnesses that match the narrative of them making the money in the insurance claim. So they may pick the 3 eyewitnesses out of the 10 that match how they're going to win that claim. They're all eyewitnesses, but yes, people always do that. They pick and choose when they want to use the historians and when they don't want to use the historians. Yeah, so absolutely that happens all of the time. That happens all the time. So yes. But because if you go to the writings of Herodotus and Diodorus, the writings are vast. The histories and it's vast. So it's hundreds of pages. We'd have to select one and say, let's take this particular story. How do we analyze this one? Because it's vast information. So yes, they can be reliable, and yes, they can be unreliable. All eyewitnesses are reliable and unreliable. And actually, let me maybe I can show something as an example of such. I can show something as an example of such. And then we can close out the class. But I'd like to show something here that can be used to explain what it is that I'm saying about the eyewitness situation. 1 second, let's see. Whoops.
Watch the image on your screen.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Okay. That's not it. Let's see if this is it. Here it is. I think it's this one. Is this it? One second, everybody. There's a little fun thing if I can find it, I'll put on for everybody. If I can't find it, then no problem. So it's not that. Okay, it must be this one. It's a little thing I show my students. Here we go. Here, I'll show this as a little example for everybody. While I step away for just a moment, I will show this. Then we'll end it off. Here we go. Let's get the volume. Nice. Here we go, everybody. And let me get my cam out of here. And let's get this on.
Do you remember how many people in...
All right. I am back. All right. Peace and love, everyone. I am back. That was something I show my students to show that even eyewitnesses to something have multi different perspectives. Excitability changes what they see and hear. Their bias. Several things changes. So whether they're reliable eyewitnesses or not, it's all depending on the investigation of the story, because we have to remember also that Diodorus, Herodotus, and these Greeks, they did have their own agenda, and they were not following something that was their culture. They were observers as opposed to the people of their...
Is it stream unavailable?
On my press 1 if you can hear me, everyone. Press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me.
Oh, it says stream suspended for policy violation. Stream unavailable. What's the next caller? Because you can't be heard. Greetings. The screen said screen violation. Yeah, I'm telling him. Yeah, I showed it to him what it looks like on my screen. It said it's policy. Yeah, I showed him the screen. I read it to him. Because I think everybody got it. Because I got that.
Can everybody hear me? Mic check.
Nope, I don't think anybody.
Can you see me?
No, I showed you the screen that's on.
Let me refresh and see what's going on here.
Okay, wait.
They say they see me.
Okay, wait.
Now they hear me.
Oh, really? I
don't know what. Mic check. You can see me and hear me. Refresh your screen. Let's see.
Oh, okay. He said to try to refresh your screen. Some people. Oh, yeah. Here he comes. He's back. Okay.
Okay. Refresh your screen.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. Wonderful. We are back. I don't know what just happened because I just got back and I was told that I couldn't be seen. Okay, good to go. So I am back. I don't know what you all saw on your end. Oh, it was the video. Okay. Okay. It was the video. Okay, maybe the video has some type of protection or something. Don't know. Anyways, good. We're back. I'm glad we're back, and glad you guys can hear me. Okay, yeah, just refreshing. We're good. So whatever happened, blocked it out for a little bit, and maybe when I post this, when I post it, I'll edit that part out if it's the video that caused an issue. It's interesting thing about these is that we never know. We play so many videos between here and the Killer Pre-Show. We play videos and different clips of things, and we never know what the results are going to be until they happen. Oh yeah, so you saw it. Retired detectives. Okay, so the video did play. All right, everybody. We are about to close it out. Let me check my emails. Let me check the see if there's anything else. Okay, I have 2 requests from okay. Those aren't oh. Copyright notice. Okay, I got an email saying streams are interrupted when copywritten content is detected. After it's no longer streamed, it automatically re-enables. Okay, I see. So, yeah, maybe it was the video I see. Okay, so they sent me a message. Okay, shout out to Brit. Brit with the last support, and I guess it's inquiring how to get both of the books. Let me go ahead and put this here, and then we're going to close out in a minute. This was a great podcast. Lots of things were covered. Lots of things were covered. I'm glad everybody appreciates it. I didn't see such. I didn't.
Okay, so this was at 10:17. Let me see it right now. Pan-African Design and Apparel sent cash out with question.
Maybe he's knowing something else. I'm not sure. I've gotten through all of the. Okay, let me go ahead and do this. Thank you. Yeah. So. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Britt Wynn, who's inquiring about the books. Britt Wynn, both of Tehuti books with a praise sign. So I'm taking it that you're in. Britt Wynn, are you in the room? Britt Wynn, are you in the room? Shannon says, awesome Friday night. Britt Wynn, are you in the room? Is Britt Wynn in the room? So Britt Wynn, moderators, go ahead and put up my my email address in the chat. I'm also going to put up on the screen. This is for Britt Wynn. Britt Wynn, send me a direct message about the books, and I'll send you the instructions on how to obtain them. Because we can't actually communicate through the Cash App, but here we go. Here's my email for everybody who wants to reach me directly. You can send me that email. Britt Wynn, if you're watching this, you can send an email. Thank you for the support. Appreciate it. And you can send me an email right there, and we can discuss the books. Okay, Britt Wynn, thank you very much. Appreciate that if you are in the room. And Kamit says, great Ma'at class and great participants. Peace of mind and health to all. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, everybody, for your questions. We will begin next week's pod class with the brother there, Junior. The brother was asking about the secret societies, and I was trying to clarify what he was saying at the end, if it was Neteru or Hathor Hedheru. We'll begin off with his. And brother, if you're seeing this, send me a message or an email saying that it's you, and then maybe retype in the question, making it more clear for me, or at least that last word, what you want that last word to be. Okay, so shout out to everybody in the pod class. Peace and love. Thank you. Nani Aset Mer put up the email. Thank you. Thank you. And Saneti Amun, purchase books, contact Tehuti via email. Thank you, Saneti Amun. Thank you, everyone. We're going to give some last minute shout outs. Absolutely no drama Fridays. Just straight knowledge. Very challenging to have hours and hours of just information. Nobody was slandered. Nobody was insulted. Just information. That's hard to do. Not too hard for me, though, but seems like it's hard to do. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Master K. Says, oh no, I guess this is when my when the stream was blocked. Shout out to Kamit. Shout out to DHNJ. Shout out to Raphael Gary. Shout out to RPM. Shout out to everybody in the class, in the pod class. Share this link. Put it on your Facebooks. Share it. Feel free to, if it's Instagram, wherever you want to share it, feel free. I want to shout out to the moderators. Shout out to the moderators, which is Anki M. Ma'at, Nani Aset Mer, Ostmer, Saneti Amun, Ahati Ma'at. Shout out to everybody in the room. Shout out to Stefan. Shout out to Sanini Nayanisu. Shout out to everybody in the room. Please support the Tehuti pod class. This is my AI moderator. Even if you're watching this video and the class is over, feel free to send support to the pod class. Even if you have a question in between the week that you want me to start the pod class with, I do accept those as well. I can put those into the pod class. Send support, please. I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody's questions. I appreciate everybody that is keeping me sharp by asking me questions. I appreciate the attitude of the room, that you guys are staying with the decorum and calmness that I have set this room up to be. Absolutely no one has brought any type of chaos. Again, for those who are watching the pod class, you can inquire through email about these two writings, books, Secrets of the Ages, Stepping Out of the Matrix, and Melanin Dark Consciousness. You can inquire about both of them by emailing me at the email that the moderators put up in the room, and I will also put on the screen. You can email me there about the books. And this has been an excellent class. Shout out to everybody who participated. Shout out to this brother here, the great student, Ahati Ma'at. Shout out to Comedic Matter G. Don't see him in the room, but shout out to you, Danny Devine. Everybody who supports, everybody who's about this knowledge. Shout out to this man here who is just a wonderful questioner, wonderful large supporter, and a consistent brother. Shout out to everybody. Andromeda Miserabilis. Oh, Boss Fee. Shout out to Boss Fee. Shout out to you. Everybody in the room. Sinetia Moon, Nania Setmer, Ankia Ma'at, Ben Frank. Everybody, where's the Conscious Conqueror? Shout out to the Conscious Conqueror. Just refreshing. We're good. Shout out to everybody. DHNJ, consistent man. Jody for starting the class off with the wonderful video question that's never been done before. That was very creative. And shout out to that. That gives ideas for people who wants to send questions like that. Shout out to this man here, consistent. One of my greatest, newest students. Shout out to everybody in the room. We are keep this information going and flowing. Whatever you see here, you can paste on Facebook. If you want to let people know where to get more, send them here. If you want to put this on your Instagram, if you want to take clips of this and put it on your social medias, you're absolutely free to do so. We're going to end off with the affirmation. And the affirmation is Anki Ma'at Un MS Nin Tet Aset Emayat Min Hebapet Emayat Her and Hukiwi Per Ikut. I live from Ma'at, I exist within her, I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Stay tuned, everyone, every Friday for the Tehuti Podclass. Do me a favor, Eddie. Can you bring out food out here? Yeah. Stay every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific time for the Tehuti Podclass. We love all of you. We need you. You need us. It is a flowing circle. We all need each other. A teacher is irrelevant without a student, and a student is irrelevant without a teacher. It is you all that make me the teacher, because if you all weren't here, I would have nobody to teach. It is each person's responsibility to play their role, to make each person greater at what they are. You can bring the whole tank down. Each person greater at what they are. It is our job to motivate others to their greatness. It is our job to be accountable. It is our job to remove negative energy from around us, from our surroundings. If you have negative energy around you, negative energy doesn't necessarily mean somebody who may disagree with the thought that you have. Negative energy is whenever a situation occurs and you see a common denominator, to get rid of that person or that circle around you. One moment. Okay, let me get Afu here. Afu wants to say peace to everyone. This is Afu. There you are, Afu. Where are you going? This is Afu, my snake that looks like a giraffe. Where are you going? My snake that looks like a giraffe, and the reason why he looks like this is because his name is Dedi Afu, named after the very first magician in Kemet, and he is a snake that has no scales. That's what makes him totally original. He has no scales and he has frog eyes. He's very unique and he looks like a giraffe. There you are, Dedi Afu. Awesome. He is awesome, wonderful. One of my, he is my most rare snake. He is the most rare. He has no scales, completely rare, and unpurchasable at a pet shop. He is only for experienced snake breeders have such a thing. Shout out to my spider Neith, another rarity from South Africa. She is a unicorn with a horn on her head, as you can see the horn right there. Another unique friend of mine who is extremely rare and is supposed to be one of the most aggressive defensive spiders in the world with a powerful toxin. She's the calmest spider to me because I've developed a relationship with her and my animals. So on that note, I'm going to give a shout out to my family out there, my children. I'm going to give a shout out to Heru, shout out to Jael, shout out to all of the goddesses out there, shout out to my family, my inner circle, shout out to those who have my back 100%, shout out to those whose back I have 100%, shout out to everybody who protects me, and shout out to myself who protects everyone. And we are going to end off, and I will look forward to seeing everyone next week in the Tehuti Podclass. Say peace, Afu. Thank you, everyone, for your support. You have all been awesome. You have all been wonderful. I almost don't want to go, but I have to rest because I have a big weekend, big day, and I got to rest and recover myself. That's right. Isfet does not live here. Let everyone know. Let me tell everyone real quick. Isfet is chaos. I say it again. Isfet is chaos. My day, I actually have a day tomorrow planned. A beautiful day with my circle. And one of the focuses is I am going to eliminate Isfet. I'm going to get rid of Isfet. We must do our best to get rid of Isfet. When you see chaos and energy around you, and it always creates a certain type of energy, your job is to get rid of it, or you are as guilty as it. It's not evil, it's chaos, which is Isfet, disorder. Isfet is the opposite of Ma'at. It's the ways of a pep, and it's the opposite of Tehuti. So if you see Isfet in your life and a chaos, your job is to get rid of it and eliminate it, or you are as evil and as guilty as it, or as chaotic as it. So thank you for typing that, Netzer, greatest, because different days I have different themes of the day with my family, and tomorrow's theme is I'm going to eliminate Isfet. Got to get rid of it. Okay, so shout out to everybody. JP came, said peace to you. Peace to everyone. Sinet says thank you to Netzer the Great. Set Mer says welcome. Thank you for the support. For those who missed the live, thank you, everybody. I will see you all next Friday for the Tehuti Podclass, and somebody one day will come up on the screen. Do not be shy. You are all a part of a family of students, and feel free to come up on the screen. Do not be shy. Nani Aset Mer says welcome and thank you for your questions, donations, and support. Shout out to one last shout out to the moderators, and then we're gonna close it out. Let me put the moderators back on here. This is so much going on. No, that's melanin. Moderator. Shout out to the moderators, Sanetia Moon, Nani Aset Mer, and Anki Ma'at. Shout out to you all. Love you all. See you all next week. Some of you I will see tomorrow. I'll see the rest of you next week. We will eliminate Isfet. Peace and love. Hetapu.